Ready? Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, May 5th, 2026, and we're at Carmel City Hall. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order. The time is 4:30. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Byrne? Here. Councilmember Buder?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Dramov? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
All are present.
Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Bob, would you like to do it?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for being in attendance today. It's nice to see a big crowd here. We're going to take a break at 6:30. I always am optimistic and say if we need it, but we will need it, I'm sure. So we're going to do our extraordinary business now. But the first item on the extraordinary business is the Carmel High School report out. Drew, are you here? I am. Come on up. How many of you have seen Drew before? He's really good. You're going to enjoy this.
All right. Hello, Mayor and esteemed council. My name is Drew Galley, for those of you who don't know me, and this is the CHS update. So, this past month was April, obviously. We had ASB elections for our commissioners the week of April 6th, as well as senior panoramic photos and interview skills workshop. Of course, our school is really good at setting up our students for success in the future, which this is. The week of April 13th was our spring break, but during our spring break, we had some students go to Joshua Tree for our annual desert trip. And then I, along with 6 others in our leadership class, went to the California Association of Student Leaders Conference in Ontario, California, where we got recognized as an outstanding leadership program. And we got an award for that, so that was really special. The week of April 20th was our CASP testing, which includes our juniors, and for their efforts, they get some little prizes throughout the week. We had our open house as well as empty bowls, where we donate all of the proceedings to Monterey Food Bank, and then as well as our Heritage Music Festival, where I have in parentheses, our music program did a full sweep of all of the awards and categories that weekend. So congrats to our music group. This past week, we had some more CASP testing as well as Top 100 award ceremony hosted by the Carmel Valley Rotary. So thank you, Carmel Valley Rotary. We had a graduation gear distribution for our seniors, which is coming up. We had our senior show production where we had 2 seniors direct a full play in our black box, which was amazing. We had Student Government Day, which I really thank you all for being there and helping us students out in leadership, as well as showing us the roles that you have in city government and how important you are in the city, as well as being our only municipality, which is very special in our big district of 600 square miles. There we go. And then lastly, we had our partners in community service presentations, which involved the half of our leadership class that didn't get to participate in Student Government Day that chose a community service foundation to donate $1,000 to. Coming up is a lot. It's the end of the school year. We have AP testing going on this week, which is why I'm in my comfy fit. We have senior grad trip to Universal, CHS dance show, May 14th to 15th, if any of you can join. We have senior grad walks, teacher appreciation week, library appreciation month, prom coming up this weekend, CHS Spring Music Show, and jazz concert. So lots and lots of opportunities to come support our CHS students. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Drew. All right, next we have our nonprofit spotlight, Set Free Monterey Bay. Kayla, are you here? Kayla Trano, is that how you say your name? I got it right.
Yes, Trono. New last name, so sometimes
Trono.
I forget to say it.
Okay,
But,
oh, really? Congratulations.
Thank you. So thank you all. Move it down. There we go. I'm short. Thank you all for the opportunity to talk with you all this evening. As was mentioned, my name is Kayla Trono. I am the Director of Finance and Development at Set Free Monterey Bay, and I am grateful for the opportunity to share a bit about what our organization does. So Set Free Monterey Bay aspires to be the guide that helps children evade human trafficking, the wisdom that leads community members toward its eradication, and the last stop on a survivor's journey to freedom. Before I dive into what that looks like, let me just real quick define human trafficking because it's not something that everyone may be familiar with. So just to say real quick, human trafficking is defined as the use of force, fraud, or coercion in order to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act that financially benefits someone else. In a word, modern-day slavery. In the US, human trafficking is a $150 billion industry, second only to the drug trade. It happens in every state, is hidden in plain sight, and California is actually the highest trafficking state in America. If you look on the map, you could kind of imagine where Monterey County is, the heat map, and we are in the red. Monterey County is actually known as a hotspot for human trafficking, and that's for a few reasons. The high tourism here fuels demand as people are brought in and sold for sex during popular events. Our location along two major highways, the 101 and the 5, make it easier for traffickers to move their victims and avoid police involvement. And then we have socioeconomic diversity, which means there's high poverty and high wealth, and it creates a vulnerability that leads to trafficking both at street levels and through illicit massage parlors, high-end escort services. And so Set Free Monterey Bay was founded in 2018 with a understanding and seeing these alarming rates of trafficking and wanting to make a difference. Our leader, executive director, and co-founder, Ashley Chesney, is actually a survivor of human trafficking who grew up in Pacific Grove and lives now in Carmel. And so we are a survivor-led organization, and as a team, our mission is to fight human trafficking through prevention education, community awareness training, and restoration of survivors through long-term care. Our prevention education is available in both English and Spanish, and we teach middle school and high school students how to recognize the signs online, as well as the warning signs of manipulation, so ways to stay safe. Our community leader training equips law enforcement, healthcare workers, social workers, first responders, really any community leaders who want to know how to recognize and respond to human trafficking. And then our heart is really for survivors. In 2022, we opened a safe home here in Monterey County. It's the only home in our region that specifically serves survivors of trafficking. And when I say only in the region, the closest north of us is Hayward, and the closest south of us is San Bernardino. So we really are it when it comes to this area, but we serve female survivors of human trafficking, so women and girls. And our safe house is designed to provide consistent and personalized support wherever a survivor is on their healing journey. Through our connection and partnership with the Department of Social Services in Monterey County, we also get to serve commercially sexually exploited children, CSEC or at-risk youth, through engagement and mentorship. This part can honestly be one of the hardest parts of our work. The youngest girl that we've served was 10 years old when she came to us. But it can also be one of the greatest joys because we get to intervene early and support young girls who can be set free and thrive for decades, for the rest of their lives. And so just looking back over 2020 was when we became a 501c3 organization. We've served over 130 women and girls since then, reached over 10,000 youth through our prevention education in the Tri-County area, and trained over 2,500 community members to recognize and respond to human trafficking. And the work doesn't stop. We are so grateful for our community who has come around us, donors, partners, you name it. There's been so many different collaborations, and we truly couldn't do this work alone. And so just for, if any of this resonated with the council in front of me, with all of the folks behind me, I would really encourage just connecting with me. My email is on the screen. Whether you're a church, business, individual, school, everyone has an opportunity to play a role. So feel free to sign up for our newsletter. We have a monthly 101 human trafficking training that's free for folks that want to learn more. And then we have an upcoming golf tournament on June 12th for folks who are interested in golfing and learning more in that way. So I have all of those types of things. I will stick around for a little while too as well. But just thank you for the opportunity to share today.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, and thank you for your valuable work. Wow. So now we have an interesting extraordinary business section. We have the city partner presentations from our three marketing partners, Chamber of Commerce, Visit Carmel, and See Monterey. We're going to handle this in a way that's a little different. Each of the partners are going to give their presentation. The council's going to ask questions. And then the next one will come, we'll ask our questions and so on. When we're finished asking questions of the third one, public comment can be about any of them. And then we're going to bring it back for deliberation. All right, we sort of went back and forth on the best way to do it, but that's how we're going to do it. And then some of these subjects are likely to come up in the budget discussion later. And the final decision on this, I believe, Brandon, if I'm not mistaken, will be at the budget workshop when we get to that point.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, technically, the council has final decision making all the way up until adoption of the budget in June. So what you will be presented with tonight from these city partners does inform your discussions over the next month and a half on the budget.
But it will come up again at the budget workshop.
Certainly,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. All right, so we're going to start with the Chamber of Commerce. If Katie can come up. Hi, Katie. Haven't seen you in a while.
I know, well, I've seen you.
I'll give you a call. I'll be giving you a call.
I'm like, I've seen you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Administrator Swanson, City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Katie Ania, President of the Carmel Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to share a brief overview of our work and respectfully request your continued partnership and funding for the upcoming fiscal year. This past year, the Chamber has continued to play an active role in supporting our community, from welcoming visitors at our visitor center and the farmers market, to supporting our local businesses, to hosting and partnering on community events. We are consistently working to strengthen the connection between our economy, our residents, and the visitor experience. These numbers represent more than activity. They reflect engagement, connection, and continued vitality of Carmel-by-the-Sea and beyond. At the core of our work, we focus on three key areas: supporting our visitors, making sure every guest experiences the charm and uniqueness of Carmel; supporting our businesses through advocacy, promotion, and creating opportunities for connection and growth; and supporting our community through events, outreach, and thoughtful engagement that keeps residents and businesses connected with what's happening in the village. Everything we do is rooted in maintaining the balance that makes Carmel very special. One of our greatest strengths is our collaboration. As you know, we work closely with the city, the Carmel Residents Association, Visit Carmel, and many other community and business partners and nonprofits. These relationships allow us to stay aligned, share resources, and approach challenges and opportunities together. The Chamber plays a key role as a connector, bringing people, organizations, and ideas together in a way that benefits the entire community. City funding directly supports the core of our work. From supporting operations in our visitor center to staffing and volunteer coordination to community outreach and direct business support. And what that investment creates is meaningful impact, supporting our local economy, enhancing the visitor experience, and helping us stay connected as a community while preserving the character of Carmel. As we look ahead, we're focused on continuing to grow our impact. We want to strengthen and expand our partnerships, continue building connections across the community, and develop innovative ideas that support our business community. At the core of everything we do is staying aligned with the needs of Carmel, our businesses, our residents, and our visitors. Thank you for your continued partnership and support. We are very proud to serve this community and work alongside you. We respectfully request your continued funding to help us carry this forward. As you know, I'm proud to live here, raise my family here, and represent the chamber, and I look forward to continuing our work together. I'm happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions? I'll ask a quick one. I know the answer, but could you tell us, everyone here, what the level of funding is currently?
Currently, we receive $60,000 a year,
Okay, all right, and that's what you're asking?
and that is
Yeah,
what we were
okay,
asking
okay,
for.
Good. All right, wow, you got off easy.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. All right, next we have Visit Carmel. Hi, Amy.
Let me make sure I've got this. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm Amy Herzog, Executive Director of Visit Carmel, and I'm here to talk with you more about our partnership and specifically what the city's investment in Visit Carmel supports and why that partnership continues to matter for Carmel's economy, our community character, and our long-term sustainability. As you know well, tourism is a primary economic driver for the city, and our role at Visit Carmel is to help ensure that visitor demand translates into measurable revenue. And I'm proud to say that we've consistently been raising the TOT year over year beyond expectations. In our work with our restaurant marketing, not only has elevated Carmel's culinary brand image, but positively impacts the sales tax revenue. And when we look at occupancy trends, we're seeing steady growth still. And that's really important because occupancy is one of our best measures and the clearest indicators of how effectively we are converting interest into overnight stays, which directly impacts city revenue. But if you look at historical occupancy over time, you will see that there's really an opportunity to continue to grow that occupancy. We expect to end this fiscal year at about 69% occupancy, which is still under historical norms. If we were to raise that next year to even just 72% average occupancy, that would result in an additional $500,000 or more in TOT revenue for the city. So that's the scale of the impact we're working with, small gains that translate into significant public benefit. And it's also really important just to clarify how the system works. As I think you're aware, the hotel and restaurant programs are self-funded because they're self-assessed. So the city's investment is not duplicating those efforts. It does, however, give the city a seat at the table in shaping our broader destination strategy and priorities. And we're very aware that there's a perception among some that the city doesn't need to invest in more marketing. So we want to be very clear about what the city's $120,000 investment per year has been going toward. Because it's not simply about just like adding on to more traditional marketing. It's about supporting the tools and the programs that help us manage visitors, enhance their experience, protect the character of Carmel, and support the other important visitor-serving businesses that make up the fabric of our destination. One example is the Chamber Visitor Center. We've been able to support the Visitor Center with a financial investment as well as a newly enhanced strategic partnership. So we have a front line for visitor engagement, which helps guide behavior, direct foot traffic, and connects visitors with local businesses. That personal interaction is one of the most effective ways to influence how visitors experience and how they treat our destination, how they respect our community. City funds also support the display maps that you will see on the street corners around the village, as well as the official visitor's guide pictured here. This is one of the most widely used tools we have to communicate directly with visitors. It includes the wine walk, the historic walking tour, rules for how to use the beach, highlights our annual events, and it ensures accurate, curated information about where to go, what to do, and how to experience Carmel responsibly. Our partnership also allows us to elevate Carmel's cultural and historical identity. This is exemplified by our newest collaboration that we just finished in collaboration with the Chamber. Their visitor center staff informed us that the most frequently asked question they get after where is the nearest bathroom is, how do we go see the fairy tale cottages? So we took some painstaking time to put together a whole new guide about a walkable way to see our fairy tale cottages. And it's a new piece that instills not only appreciation for the architectural heritage in a respectful way, but it guides visitors more toward the public and commercial villages and away from private residences. Always thinking about how we can help our visitors experience the destination in a way that has the least amount of impact on our private residents. City funds also directly support our important and cherished local artist-owned galleries. These artists represent both the heritage and the creative soul of Carmel, and ensuring they are visible and accessible to visitors is essential to maintaining our identity. City funds support the monthly art walk, the design, printing, and distribution of this brochure you see here, and provide other forms of marketing support through all of our channels. So note, once again, we're promoting walkable experiences. And the same is true for our local wine tasting rooms. You're probably all aware this is a very difficult time in the wine industry right now. And it's all the more important that we do what we can. City funds have supported this wine walk, which is a free mobile guide. In the last 2 years, there have been 4,000 redemptions from people who have used this wine walk guide and redeemed a special offer at a wine tasting room. It's the meeting of this art and wine that have led to one of the most visible and successful outcomes of a signature event we call Meet the Makers. This event not only promotes walkability, it supports our local artists and winemakers, and it's enjoyed by the community. It does bring overnight visitors into the village, which is great, but it's in a way that aligns with Carmel's scale and character. And importantly, the feedback from the community has been incredibly strong. We hear directly from gallery owners and participants that these efforts are driving meaningful engagement, higher quality visitors, and real economic benefit. You know, just an aside about the technology of destination marketing, it's evolving at like breakneck pace. And another emerging role that we play is ensuring that Carmel's story is being told accurately, especially as social media and now artificial intelligence are becoming primary sources of travel planning in some cases. So by maintaining high quality, authoritative, and credible content, we're helping control the narrative about who we are as a destination. And there's really intense competition that exists for visibility, and this is just not the time to pull back by Visit Carmel, and nor should the city, or we risk losing that narrative and that voice. City funds also promote community events and performances, from longstanding traditions to some of our seasonal events. And these events are not just for visitors. They're a big part of what makes Carmel special for our residents and for our community. And then during our busiest times, clear communication becomes even more critical. City-supported efforts during Car Week, for instance, ensure our business owners, residents, and visitors have access to key information, helping reduce friction, improve flow, and create a better experience for everyone. At the same time, we're providing accurate information and updates to C. Monterey, who truly serves as the overall communication hub for the area during that very busy and essential time. And this is just one prime example of the benefit of all of us working together and collaborating at times like that. We also actively promote safe, responsible, and respectful travel, which in turn safeguards the vital components of our community for a vibrant future. We're very attuned to that, and we care very deeply about it. We'd like to continue to work with you and community organizations, and especially with SEAM Monterey, which has been a leader in the state for a long time now about sustainable tourism. And collaboration is most certainly the best path forward, and it gives us the best chance of solving some of these issues. And lastly, in moments of disruption, a partnership becomes even more important. During our recent power outage, estimated revenue loss to the city exceeded $341,000, and that was just losses as a result of lost business for hotels and restaurants. It doesn't include the retail losses. Our ability to communicate quickly and effectively helps mitigate those impacts. We are the ones letting the folks know that the lights are back on, or that the road is open, or that the fire is out, or that the storms have passed. We feel we are aligned in our goal to support Carmel's economy while preserving its character, and the city's investment plays a critical role in making that possible. Renewing our partnership ensures we can continue delivering those outcomes, supporting local businesses, managing visitors responsibly, and generating meaningful revenue for the city. We recognize the council's current fiscal priorities and that you guys have challenged yourselves. And in that spirit, Visit Carmel is prepared to meet the city's marketing needs at a 25% reduced investment and bring our ask for this year down to $90,000. Before I close, I just want to acknowledge something I think we're all trying to balance. The city wants to continue benefiting from a strong tourism economy. At the same time, there's a very real desire to be thoughtful about how tourism shows up in our community. And I strongly believe that this balance is where our partnership lives. This is a highly leveraged investment. It allows the city to maintain a seat at the table, support our local businesses, and protect the character of Carmel. It's about continuing to do what's working thoughtfully, intentionally, and in a way that reflects what makes Carmel special. We value our partnership and we hope to continue it. Thank you.
Any questions from the council? No, we've got, go ahead.
Thank you for coming and for all the work that you do. I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. We received an email today from Brandon, I guess, with financial statements that you sent to the city, right? And I'm looking at I've listened to your presentation. I'm looking at the 2025 statements. And I'm looking at the operating statement, and on the right-hand side of the operating statement, there are 3 columns that say HID, city, and RID.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And so presumably you take your expenses and you split them up, you allocate them into those 3 buckets, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know what I'm gonna ask? And so my question is, so you listed on the, in your presentation, all the things that the city funds provide for you to do. And yet when I look at this operating statement, there's a column in the middle that says city, and at the top it says $120,000. And $96,961 of those $120,000 go to digital media.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I understand that, money is sort of fungible. But I'm struggling with, the city money is going to digital media, and I see that the hotel money is going to, for example, the visitor center. Right. So I
don't blame you for struggling and seeing that, because it's extremely misleading. When I sent those statements to Brandon, I made it very clear, please, if you pass these on, because I was requested the statements, and so I wanted to get them to you very quickly, and I made it very clear a couple of times, when you pass this on, please make very clear that those 3 columns on the right the expenditures are not properly allocated. We use those 3 columns to help us track when our revenue is coming in, but we didn't assign expenditure categories, so it's completely not part of that's not the way we track our expenses. I'd be happy to provide you with a list of city expenditures, which the only part of that falls under digital media is a small digital media buy we do for destination stewardship, local messaging about responsible travel. So that would have been very misleading and confusing if you didn't get that second message to ignore it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you said you could provide a report, given some time.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Be
That'd
happy
be
to.
Yeah.
It exceeds $120,000, and that's just for hard costs. That doesn't include any administrative costs, any management time, any design fees, or any professional time from myself or any of our marketing or PR or social media agencies. It's
Okay.
literally just money spent.
So we'll look forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
I have a question. The $30,000 that you provide to the visitor center, does that come from the city's 120,000, or does that come from the Visit Carmel funds?
Right now, we allocate that as city expenditures.
So if the city just increased the 60 to 90, we wouldn't need to do that? Or you wouldn't need to do that? It's the same as if the city did it.
Yes, but we're developing all sorts of programs with the chamber, and I wouldn't want to make like a hard call on that. But, 2 years ago, the city did ask us to step in and contribute to the visitor center, and we went ahead and did that. And we have no regrets about doing that.
Okay, so
We
the
feel
point
really
I'm,
good about
the point I'm
partnership.
trying to make for you is that it's not just money, it's expertise that you're providing to them to produce the kinds of documents that you just showed us. It's not just money.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a strategic partnership
Okay,
that has a financial component.
all right, good. Anything else? Go ahead, Hans.
Hey, Amy. So, you guys, when we meet with you, you make a big point of talking about how the goal is to find these, folks that are going to stay overnight, right? The overnight visitors, even better, the overnight visitor who wants to come midweek, right? As opposed to the
And off-season, if we can.
off-season, yeah, as opposed to the day tripper. And, we had a little bit of discussion yesterday about this topic, and one of the things that was brought up was, television ads. And I think in the most recent year, there's like $550,000 of like television ads. But I think yesterday the discussion was about just digital marketing. The question I have is, to what extent are you actually able to be targeted with that advertising to folks that are going to be overnight visitors versus kind of some inherent leakage to just increasing the number of day trippers in town, which we, I think hear about a fair amount from residents. And so what I'm interested, from you is, can you benchmark for me like how much room there is to get more targeted, or do you feel like you're already as targeted as you can be?
Absolutely. There's always room for improvement. That's what we are doing constantly, month by month, learning, reviewing, honing. Absolutely, one of our primary goals is to increase overnight stays, because when that happens, we all win financially. And overnight visitors have the least impact on the city in terms of visitation. We are totally sensitive to some of the challenges that come from having day visitors, especially during our busiest times. We do want to be part of the solution. And there's no doubt there's some leakage, but I can tell you that with the way digital media works now, you can be extremely targeted in what you're doing. So the bulk of what we do is targeting very high intent to travel people. If you're seeing a local ad, you're probably seeing, for instance, if I know, Bob, you mentioned KSBW last night. That was probably an ad for Carmel Culinary Week, which I would put over in a separate category. That's for a community event that's coming up. And if you see us advertising locally, that's probably what you're seeing. We're focused on our core drive markets. We're very focused on our fly markets. We're very aware that folks who fly in are going to stay overnight, stay longer, and spend more. And we're also doing things like, we have a strategy where we're poaching people who are searching for overnight stays in our competitive destinations. So we know how to target high-intent travelers who are looking to go on a vacation and stay overnight. It's not to say that other people might see our work and be inspired to come here, because who wouldn't be inspired to come here? But we are completely open to continuing to make sure that we minimize our leakage and maximize high-intent visitors into conversion to overnight stays.
Thanks, Amy. I'm always interested in airfare, or not airfare,
The air service.
air service, airlift. And So a few questions. One is, and I know Rob will be up next, and I know he's got some slides on airlift, so, but I'll probably ask the same question to him. How are we doing in terms of performance with airlift? You know, we have quite a few nonstop flights coming in from places even beyond California. Are the planes full, and do we track that by plane, by flight, by day, and do we see some trends there? And secondly is, with your marketing to places like Denver, now Chicago, you've got the Chicago flight, do you have the ability to measure your success rate at not just getting heads in beds, but people in the seats on the planes? I ask just because I think anybody that is coming in on a plane is either coming home or is likely to be staying here, or probably going to the valley on ag business. But so maybe just a little bit more on flights.
I believe Chris Morello might be here tonight, and so I would definitely defer to her expertise. But I can tell you that in working closely with the airport, Chris is an advisory board member of ours, and she's also on the board of Sea Monterey. And our entities work very collaboratively. Sometimes, like for instance, with this Chicago flight, my understanding is the airport is hitting record numbers in air service. That they're hitting historic highs. That they're upgauging their plane sizes. I think we're upgauging from LA and Denver. We've got this Chicago flight. Yes, it's only once a week for the summer, but we're feeling very positive so far about how that's going. Chicago is a key market, but it would be a pretty new market for us in a way. Chicago visitors have been very interested, but if we get a direct flight and that we can keep that thing going, it would be a really awesome accomplishment. So I don't think Visit Carmel can take any kind of full credit, but I think it is definitely we should, as a community, a tourism community, pat ourselves on the back for the success that we've been having, because I do think the collaboration of all the entities working together have made a definite impact. Especially, we traveled to Dallas, all of us, and locked in that flight, and it was the same with Chicago, so.
I attended your meetings.
Yeah.
I'm having a trouble last night and tonight seeing the green light for some reason. I attended your board meetings for many years.
Yeah.
Many times I was the only one there from the public. They're fascinating, and I'm not making a value judgment about the value of it, but it is absolutely fascinating, the marketing that you do. How does anybody could attend your board meetings, correct?
Absolutely. Our board
Could you
meetings are
explain how we find out when they are and how to attend?
If you go to the Visit Carmel website, which is carmelcalifornia.com, which, by the way, the city owns that domain. We just have been managing it. If you go to the very bottom where it says Visit Carmel in the footer, click on that, and there's a link to public meetings. And so that lists all of our board meetings as well as our restaurant improvement district marketing meetings. Those are the two meetings we have consistently that are open to the public. We also have an annual meeting every year in January, and we put out ads in the paper because we really welcome the entire community. We've found that, residents who aren't as close to this tourism business, who then get curious and decide to attend, actually really get a positive feeling out of it when they start to understand how conscientious we are, how much we care, how aligned we are. We all want the same things. We really care about this community for various reasons. First of all, the business owners we represent, many of them are also residents, not to mention the hundreds of people that they employ. So, we're all in this together. And we also want to have our visitors have a quality experience, so they come back every year. And they're not going to have that if we, unless we are protective as well of the experience they have. So I'm getting off track. But yes, our meetings are open to the public. And if they really want notice, they can email me, and I will send them the agendas in advance so they get a reminder in their email.
Okay, great. And I do get one. So once you're on the list, you keep getting them.
Yep.
Very good. I
Yeah.
think that's all our questions. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now we have Rob from Sea Monterey. Hi, Rob.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. And I made a mental note. I clocked how long Amy went. And one golden rule I learned a long time ago, don't speak longer than Amy. So I will try to keep it. Not the Q&A part. Is this connected? No problem. All right. Well, thank you again. We have submitted our agreement to Brandon for a continued partnership for 3% of TOT, which is, we've enjoyed a great partnership for over 20 years. And what I'm going to tell you today is how we take that partnership to the next level in some new ways. So I'm going to go through at pace. Like I said, don't speak longer than Amy, but I'm available for questions. You receive this report twice a year. This is the summary page of what you're investing. I don't like to use the funding word. It's an investment. There's an expected ROI, and everything we do is data-driven in terms of how we set it up and how we measure it. And from what you're seeing there, this is through the third quarter of this fiscal year, and the amount of investment you've made up to that date, up to the third quarter of the fiscal year. The dollars that were influence spending from C. Monterey advertising, PR, social media, the meetings and group book business that actually booked. We generate a lot of leads, but we track more specifically the amount of dollars that come in from those 298 room nights and almost over $340,000 in actual visitor spending. Website referrals, the PR as part of our overall program, earned impressions, and a lot more than this. This is just a brief summary. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about at a higher level where we're going and the strategy and the brilliance, I think, of the partnership between C. Monterey, Visit Carmel, and we've worked with the chamber in the past, and we're going to actually up that this year. We're adding two community relations people because it really is about that partnership and what we do together. There's a couple of notions that I've heard, and we've all talked about at various times. Does Visit Carmel and C. Monterey do the same thing? Why do we need both? Why do we need marketing in the first place? Well, we compete with a lot of beautiful destinations that attract other tourists, and they're spending their dollars, considerable amount of dollars, to keep people from coming to Carmel-by-the-Sea. And it's through that partnership with Visit Carmel, and you guys have seen me do this before. Visit Carmel focuses on this much of the map. We focus on this much of the map. So just please keep that in mind as we go through, and I can go faster because of that. High-value travelers. Challenge that Carmel has is an occupancy challenge. 69% occupancy rate for a destination like Carmel-by-the-Sea is a lot lower than it should be. You should be filling the rooms, and filling the rooms in particular with people further away. People from the Midwest, people from the East Coast, and international travelers. Those are the folks who are going to stay longer, do more, and spend more. And that's where our main focus is, in those further out long-haul feeder markets and international. International, these are the markets that we're going after, the tier 1 markets. Yes, international is down, but developing international business, hanging on to it, is long-term relationships that we've built up over the years. You don't walk away from those, you invest in those, and you maintain those. And while the pie has gotten smaller for international travel, each piece is more valuable. They're still coming, even from Canada, which is 20% down, but we're striving to get most of those who are coming, get them here. This is why. This is from a tourism economics study, and the data is pretty clear. The domestic drive market per trip was $959. This is a few years old, so this study updated, which we're going to be doing, these numbers would be quite a bit higher, I imagine. But this gives you the differential between the folks who are driving here, the folks who are flying here, and the folks who are coming from overseas. And in addition to that, the people coming here for group business, conferences, they're 158% the value of the leisure visitor. It's big business, it's competitive business, and the partnership that we have with you and Visit Carmel allows us to be successful in that space. A couple things that we've been working on. You know that the road is completely open. We're turning Highway 1 into California's great FIFA road trip. And we want to capture that traffic. If you think about it, we're a great hub between LA and San Francisco for the games that are being played there, and also for other major events. You had Super Bowl in San Francisco this year, LA next year, the Olympics the year after that. We really want to capture that corridor and position Highway 1 as the best way to get between San Francisco and LA. Notice I didn't say the fastest way, just the best way. Keep going here. We talked a little bit about air service. And so the question was asked, Councilmember Delves, we're doing phenomenal from developing air service. And I can say that because airlines don't make decisions to upgauge their aircraft lightly. And as Amy mentioned already, you got 737s going to come in now from Denver and from LA and Dallas. Those are aircraft chains that gives us, we're excited about the Chicago flight, no question. We got to focus on that. But we've got 4,000 additional seats per week just because of the upgrading plus the Chicago flight over the course of the summer. And when we go into a market like Chicago with Visit Carmel, and we partner with the airport, and the aquarium came in big, and everybody's going big because you want to make the launch big. When everybody pulls back, we're still there. We still and always will market in Chicago, in Dallas, in Denver, because we got to keep those routes going, we got to keep those seats filled, or those flights will shrink and or go away. Already mentioned, Amy mentioned wine country. Wine country is something that we're going to make a big, big focus in the next year. The tasting rooms are suffering. We've got to get the folks here in the tasting rooms, and those people who are flying in from further away, they're not just tasting the wine. Those are the customers who are buying a case of wine. Those are the customers who are joining, I saw Jack Galante earlier, joining his wine club. That's what the winemakers want. They want cases sold, not just tasting. They want wine club membership. Talked a little bit about arts and culture. We have a program called Off the Canvas. This is to celebrate the art and culture of Carmel and the rest of our jurisdictions. This has been going very well. And again, it's about murals, it's outdoor, and it's also the galleries, the art, the artists, and the stories behind the art. As you know, part of your partnership with C. Monterey allows over 190 businesses to become members for free because of the jurisdiction investment that you make. And we've got a couple new members that we just brought in recently. And it's not just hotels, it's restaurants, it's galleries, it's more, as you can see. We have a luxury program as part of our tourism assessment, our TID. Not a lot of people know this. There's 10 luxury hotels, our portfolio throughout the entire county. You have 3 of those. Those 10 pay or contribute 27% of total TOT throughout the entire county. So you can imagine what your 3 are contributing. They get a special program that they're part of as part of the overall TID assessment. Again, events aren't things that happen by accident. Success is intentional, it's focused, and we're doing a program where we're doing, we brought in a company to do an analysis, gap analysis. What events are working and how can we make them harder? Where can we bring events where we need them in other times of the year? And how can we work with local partners, Visit Carmel and others to make those more competitive and bring people here in shoulder seasons. Destination stewardship and responsible travel, Amy mentioned it, we've been a bit of a leader for the state since 2015. We're going to the 2.0 level. I know it's a little overused, but the right path is the new iteration of where we were before, and we're going to be investing significantly in this program in the coming year, and you're going to be a part of it. I actually, this time last year, Councilmember Dramov, you brought up an interesting idea. We couldn't do it at the time. I said I'd look into it. I looked into it. So what we want to do as part of our responsible travel program is carve out 1% of your investment in C. Monterey back to a Carmel dedicated program that plays off of the responsible tourism and with an aspect that we all agree might make sense for all of us. I'm thinking traffic mitigation might be something we can work in. Take the car out of Carmel, I've heard. What can we do together with Visit Carmel, the Chamber, CRA, and partners? So it would be a community-focused development, and we would invest back, and it would be specific and dedicated to Carmel. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about the forecast. It's been like this for a lot of years. There's good, there's bad, there's ugly, and it's flat. Competition is fierce, and growth is spotty. And we have to be aggressive working with you, our other jurisdiction partners, to succeed in that type of environment. Because our other jurisdiction partners, many of them can outspend us. This is, again, cost per room per year. And where we stand, you can see where we stand to others. Napa and Sonoma, which I lovingly call Sinapa, together they have fewer rooms than we do, but twice the budget firepower. And they're spending to keep people from coming here. So we've got to collaborate. Our greatest strength to punch above our weight is that collaboration. One more thought, the occupancy problem that I mentioned earlier. These destinations are typically, they're somewhat similar profile. There's no destination like Carmel-by-the-Sea, let's be honest about that. But these are sort of in that range. And these destinations are typically in the mid-70s and close to 80%. That to you, from your 69%, as Amy said, it's $500,000 to $1 million of additional TOT per year if we can get into the upper 70s. Even the lower 70s gets us into that $500,000 incremental TOT, not counting sales tax and visitor spending. This is something that inspires me, like we've got to go there because I think we've got more than these other places and a better experience, but we got to work towards getting there together. And thank you for your continued partnership. I appreciate where we've been for the last 20 years, and I look forward to where we can go. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Nice presentation.
I hope I didn't go longer than Amy.
I actually am not keeping
Try
track.
was
I would have
eating-
told you if we were keeping track.
Okay, yeah, good.
Any questions?
Thank you. I have a quick question. So you talked, can you back up one slide? Oh, yeah, so you talked a couple times in your presentation about 75 to 80% occupancy. And is that, when I look, so Amy was nice enough to print out on her presentation, the city's occupancy rates through the year. And I'm trying to figure out whether this means 75 to 80% occupancy in your presentation. Are you talking about during the peak season or are you talking about all year?
I'm talking about all year. So throughout
Okay,
the
so
entire-
we get, our occupancy during July and August is, roughly 82%.
Right.
And then January, when we have kind of crappy weather, it's 53%. So your claim is that we should be in the 75 to 80% average all year, which would be either higher January numbers or?
Yeah, our
Some
focus
firm-
would be higher January numbers. Countywide, the occupancy is 55% in December and January. So what we want to focus in on is the off-season. The higher season, it's all about managed promotional management with things like Car Week, which we're working on a program for, possibly free transportation from MST during that week to encourage people to ride public transit. We're talking about a program to do work from home week, trying to encourage businesses that can allow their employees to work from home and doing a public PSA, public service announcement about that. But the goal is to lift up those off seasons, and that's where international travelers, they can travel in the off season, and groups are particularly important to get that midweek and that off season. So the average of the whole year in that mid-70s is attainable.
Okay.
Go ahead, Hans.
Rob, quick question on sort of the distribution geographically of your advertising spending. So, what percentage of advertising spending from C Monterey is going to those domestic drive markets versus domestic fly markets versus international?
So it's about 80-20, 20% drive, 80%, and when we're talking about leisure. And then the portion of consumer direct marketing in the international it's a lot smaller. Most of what we do on the international side is business to business, but we have started doing some direct to consumer in the UK and Canada. It's a fraction of what we spend in the domestic market, but that's starting to change as we go into the next year. We're getting more into consumer direct in international and pulling a little bit, away from what we're doing on the domestic side, but we're still focused on domestic. That's still number one for us. So about 80% of total media budget is for fly markets, about 20% is for drive markets, and then international, I guess you would say if you put them all together, that would be maybe 8-9%.
Thanks, that's very helpful.
Go ahead.
I thought I heard you, so I wrote down 80% drive, 20% fly, and then maybe I misheard you the first time around, so it's.
Other way around.
So it's 80% fly, 20% drive?
Yes, sir.
Great, thanks.
Ellie?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Rob. I've got 3 questions for you. The first one, if you could clarify, you said our agreement with the city is that we give 3% of the TOT. Is this a legally required agreement, or is this something that we've been just doing through the years?
It's something that we've been doing over the years. It's not legally required, but it fits a precedence. You and 7 other of our jurisdiction partners invest 3%, and then the county and the city of Monterey invest 6%, roughly. And your investment is pooled with all else, so you're leveraging, you're getting pretty good leverage out of the investment that you're making.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, you mentioned that other cities are spending to keep visitors out of Carmel. Can you give us some examples of that, how they're doing that?
So I can cite budget, so Napa and Sonoma each have about $8 million of total budget. And like I said, when you pool that, that's $16 million, that dwarfs our budget. If you look at their budget per room, both are a lot higher than ours is. And so they're running campaigns in the same markets we're doing. They're going after international visitors like we are. They're going after group. They go after small group. We have to go after small group and large group. So they've got programs that mirror ours. We're actually, this first quarter of this year, we're doing a little bit better than Napa and Sonoma, so I'm very happy to report that. And again, I think it's a testament to the investment that we all make together and how we work together.
Okay, and then my third question is, so we're hearing that Carmel only has 69% occupancy for the hotels and other cities have higher, but many of us have heard for many years that the hotels don't want the higher occupancy because it means they have to hire more staff. So they're deliberately keeping it at that level because otherwise if you had higher occupancy, that's more, housekeepers and other staff that you would have to hire.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from any of the hoteliers. I've heard that there's a sweet spot, and it's gonna be different depending on the hotel. There are some hotels, they don't wanna be in the high 80s, for example, because that room turn is not what they're looking for. But that 70, that mid-70s, I haven't heard anybody who would walk away from that level. I think, there's more, I think there's a couple hoteliers here who can answer more specifically than I can, but I've heard, yeah, we need to get occupancy back to at least where it was, and there was a time, Carmel ran in that low to mid-70s, and that's why I know it's attainable. Beyond that, I think you might get differing arguments from hoteliers, because some of them, they don't want the room turn that much.
Okay, and then how much, just to follow up on that, would you have to spend to get those extra couple percentage points to get it to the low 70s?
I think what we're doing, we're sort of on our way there. The dollar investment that you are spending, or that the city's investing, was bolstered by the hotel assessment, which is 65% of our budget, and the budget, the total jurisdiction budget is about 35%. That assessment's gonna go up a little bit in the next year. I think we're not spending as competitively as we need to, but I think we're going to be gaining and have gained ground. I think these new air flights are gonna help us a lot. If you're asking what's the ideal budget, I would say probably we're a couple $1 million short of what I think would accelerate us to getting us there, but I think we're going there eventually. It's just gonna take time. These things, building these new markets, like Chicago and these other flight markets, that's a multi-year strategy. So I'm more concerned about the time that we invest and consistency than I am about more.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hey, Rob. Yeah, so first question is, the background is, again, we have Visit Carmel, which raises on its own, even before any contribution from the city, roughly 1.6, 1.7, yes, $1 million just on their own by assessing themselves, which I've always applauded, that they spend on marketing. Do any of the other jurisdictions in Monterey County have anything similar to Visit Carmel that do that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Pacific Grove does. They have a small business assessment that they use and primarily supports their chamber. It's not as structured and it's not as robust as what Visit Carmel has. And then, just to add on to the point, it's the same thing with SLO. Visit SLO has a $10 or $11 million budget. Then you add Paso. Travel Paso has a $2.2 million budget. So they're layered up there, and they're doing well. SLO is doing very, very well. So, but there's no other, beyond that, there's no other like Visit Carmel.
Yeah, you answered it by telling me about the competitive set, but it's really our cooperative set was my question. Thank you. 80% fly, 20% drive, that makes me happy. So I'll ask you the same question about airlift. Do you have the detailed information about how each flight performs each day? Are the seats full? Are we seeing trends? I'm glad you're getting upgrades, and I'm glad you're getting new flights. That's awesome. But can you get twice as many as what you're getting? And how do you know your marketing efforts are actually putting people on the airplanes?
So, a couple things. So relative to load factor, like how much more could we fill? What's the capacity of what's going unfilled? We get those periodically, probably not enough, and probably need to do that more. And we work very closely with Chris Morello. We're talking about it 4 times a year. Maybe we should be talking about it monthly. But we also, from our tracking, this goes to a question from Councilmember Buder, how do we know who we're targeting? We're using intention-based targeting. So it's your phone, all your devices, we know what you're looking for, and we're targeting people who are specifically on their phone or their computer some way signified interest in traveling to California. So these are people in the Midwest, Chicago. Austin is another market for us that we just started this past year. And that's where the journey starts. And that's when we're thinking about California, we want to get them here. So it's tracked very closely. Then we track, did they show up by their phone? And we tracked the incremental. People who were served ads from us and people who weren't. Vast majority of people who are coming here are people that were not served ads by us. But the percentage in the incremental is significant in terms of the people, and we can tell specifically how many people did we influence coming here and building from there, and that's just digital marketing. That doesn't count the PR that we do and all the social media. So we do have mechanisms to understand, are we triggering people to actually get here with the ads that we're spending? And so I think to your point, more firmly focusing on that. Our airport, you're making me think that our airport discussions with our partners directly, like with United, like with Alaska, which is all handled through Chris and the airport. We're working much more closely with United now because of that new flight, and I think that's the type of disposition we should have with the airlines directly ourselves. So you're giving me a thought, and I'm gonna take it as a suggestion.
Good. And just to piggyback on Alissandra, this isn't really a question because she asked it as a question, but it's, having attended Visit Carmel meetings, I've heard the same statement that they feel the sweet spot is 70% occupancy, and really, you know, if they can keep that, then keep, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Amy, but, and then really focus on increasing the daily rate, you know, that's the sweet spot for them. And that's just how they view the optimal way to run their business, so that you don't ruin your own product by overusing it, or you know, not having the quality services that you need. If the combined goal is to get to 75%, I guess I need to hear that and understand that. So maybe that's just a conversation.
Yeah, I know, and that's something that we can also bring up with our board, and like Amy said, she's on our board, and then our board's mostly made up of hoteliers. Amrish Patel's on our board, and actually he's here, so he may have a commentary on that when he comes up to say something, but yeah, I haven't heard anybody, like you asked, I haven't heard anybody screaming for the 80s, right? But I have heard consistently over time that if we can get into at least into the low 70s to possibly the mid 70s, the majority that I've heard feel like that's a goal that we should all be striving for. And that's very attainable.
Thank you.
Do you have people that specialize in markets like Chicago? People that work for you in your office?
Absolutely.
How does that work?
We have a person, one of our salespeople is based in Chicago. We also have someone in Dallas, LA, and San Francisco. So they have a specific focus in those regions. So he's based in Chicago, but his region is the Midwest. So that's from a sales standpoint. And then we have agency partners, and we have people on the team that have, you know, years of experience when it comes to this type of thing, destination marketing. So yeah, we're pretty stacked when it comes to talent and experience.
You're literally on the ground in those markets.
Yes.
Finding out what's going on. And
absolutely.
And you're working with the convention center and trying to bring big groups, that sort of thing?
Yep, absolutely. And for Chicago, we're working with their DMO to Chicago, because remember, we got to fill the planes both ways.
Yeah.
It's no good if we do all the work and the planes going back are empty. So we've lots with partnership marketing.
Glad to hear you're getting people from Canada again. I go to the beach every day and I talk to people from all over, but I haven't talked to somebody from Canada lately.
I just ran into somebody,
Yeah.
and it was a couple, but I'm not seeing them like I used to. It's noticeable, because I do kind of like what you do. I talk to people, maybe to their annoyance. Maybe they don't tell me where they're from, because they're like, who are you? But yeah, but we're there, and I was there last November for a week, going from Toronto to Vancouver and Calgary, just meeting and greeting and maintaining those relationships.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you very much, Rob. All right, we're going to open
Thank
it
you.
up for public comment now. How many people want to talk? So like 10, 12? If,
Mayor, is this, to be clear, is this general public comment or is this public comment
oh,
on?
this is just on this subject.
Okay, so general public comment is a separate section.
coming next.
I see a lot of people raising their
No,
hands.
this
So
is
general-
just for this subject. I'm sorry, I thought I described that. We're finished with questions. We're going to have public comment about those three speakers, nothing else. And then we're going to have public comment for general purpose. Thank you very much, Jeff. How many people want to speak about those three speakers? So we have a handful. Okay, raise your hand because we're going to cut it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. If you could get lined up as quickly as you can, go ahead.
I'm quick.
I didn't say you had to be quick.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Tice. I'm the owner of the Hofstas House Hotel, chair of Visit Carmel, former board member of both the Chamber and Sea Monterey, former city council person, and a longtime resident. I know a thing or two, and I'm familiar with the ins and outs of all these organizations and the government. These three presentations demonstrate that our marketing efforts are a three-legged stool, and you're sitting on it. You're sitting on it. We're doing the work. And so we all want to work together to help contribute to that 53% revenue that you have budgeted for next year. When you include hotel and sales tax, no one organization can do it all, and that's why we have to work together. These presentations demonstrated the reach of Carmel via Visit Carmel, the reach of Sea Monterey, and the touch point of the visitor center for the visitor that does get here. We cannot operate in a vacuum by ourselves, but need Sea Monterey for their far-reaching marketing efforts to different parts of the US and internationally. We need the Chamber to, we've lost that connection with people via our devices. The Chamber is an important component to actually talk to people that are here. The hotels talk to people when they're here, when we serve them breakfast every morning. So that person-to-person component is very important. Amy Herzog is on the Sea Monterey board. Brandon is on the Visit Carmel board. The Chamber is represented by Katie. So we're all trying to work together to make this happen. Now, if the public or you had listened to our meeting last time, we had an extremely important discussion about a different way, a different strategy of marketing no cars in Carmel. And that was brought up by Brandon. That's sitting at a table talking about what it takes to bring the right visitor here. And these presentations are also important to educate everybody how we do it and how the targeted marketing has gotten so complicated, so expensive. So when you guys talk about you want to be more targeted marketing and you want to target that visitor, that means more money. That doesn't just, we do that already. That means more money. In order to serve the residents, you need the businesses to do well to achieve that $21 million you're expecting from us. The efforts of Sea Monterey, Chamber, and Visit are strategically coordinated to do that. And finally, maintaining current investment levels for all three of these organizations is simply good fiscal policy. It protects and grows the revenue Carmel depends on. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. All right, next.
Hi, I'm Patricia Qualls. I have a gallery here in town and a studio out in the valley, and I've learned a lot today with hearing from all three speakers, and I've had incredible support from all of them through the years. I am a person this past year, I looked before I came today, my friends, collectors, and people that stayed in Carmel, we had 100 nights of people booked rooms in Carmel this past year, in 2025. Some of those came from the Art Walk. Many of them came, well, we don't know about the car people. They usually do houses so much. But one of the things I found is I have friends in Chicago. I'm in Chicago 4 times a year working with groups there. I have friends in New York, friends in Boston. And when C. Carmel started doing their social media, everybody was calling me. Everybody's going, oh my God, did you see this? And I started looking at social media in a way that I never do. And I often say to Amy, thank you for taking me to the beach today because I haven't been out of my studio in 3 days. And I do get to see Carmel that way, and I only live on 13th Street. But one of the things that I've found from my more sophisticated, well-traveled friends, one friend that goes to Europe 12 times a year, she now comes to Carmel twice a year. And that was from C. Carmel. She saw it in the Wall Street Journal, she saw it in the New York Times, she saw it in the Washington Post. There's a lot of press that's getting out there. She said to me, she called me and said, what are you guys doing in Carmel? My God, I'm seeing you everywhere. And she's a world traveler. There's a lot of things that are happening, and I learned so much being here tonight, so I will come to more of these meetings, I'm afraid to say. But I learned so much about how much work it takes from all of you and all of them and their staff of people that a person with 3 employees could never get to. And I'm very grateful to the professionalism. I have 2 of my dear friends that have come to Carmel for many years that used to work for CNN, and they talk about the production that goes into the Visit Carmel. They said, I can't believe the quality that you're getting. My neighbor across the street who has a second home taught film and has people that have won Emmys. And she said, they saw you guys on the Golf Channel or something. They said, oh my God, they're on the Golf Channel. Is that what you're gonna go talk about? So I have 28 seconds. I just wanna appreciate all the hard work, the sophistication, and the making Carmel accessible for everybody and feeling like you don't have to go to Europe, you can come here. And my friends in Chicago that come 4 times a year, I go there 4 times a year, they come here 4 times a year. You guys are doing a great job, all of you. And I didn't know there was so much behind it all. So thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Congratulations on your gallery, and
Yeah, thanks.
the new plants look great.
Yeah, I know, the new plants do look great. Thank you guys for.
And I still remember going out to your studio with the Chamber Visitor Center folks. How many years ago?
Oh,
Was that
yeah?
3, 4?
Well, you guys
4
can
years
come as a council.
We should.
We'll do a team
should.
meeting.
We'll
Yeah,
have to
I'd
ask
love to
Brian
do
if it's a
that.
Brown Act violation, but thank you so much.
Just don't wear clothes or shoes that you mind getting paint on.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I am Chris Morello. I'm Monterey Regional Airport's Executive Director, and I'm here to support the funding for C. Monterey. I want to frame this discussion very deliberately around MRY and how we manage risk, services, and cost exposure as a small community airport. The demand for air travel exists whether we choose to support local service or not. When air service is limited at MRY, that travel does not stop. It comes from San Jose, San Francisco, or other regional airports. The result is measurable economic leakage. Travelers spend time and money outside the region, and direct access is reduced. The role of MRY is not to drive growth, it is to preserve reasonable access to those trips that can occur locally at the lowest long-term cost to the community. Airlines assess MRY as a higher risk market because of our size. When a new route is launched, its performance in the first year or 2 largely determine whether that air service is going to stay. If early bookings are weak, not because the route isn't useful, but because people are unaware or slow to change their habits, the service is often discontinued or eliminated. That context is why MRY works with partners like C. Monterey and Visit Carmel on air service. Airlines make decisions based on demonstrated demand, and that demand is built through coordinated destination marketing across the region. The partnership with Sea Monterey and Visit Carmel is a fiscal mechanism to stabilize routes and air service, not a tourism growth strategy. They have been instrumental in securing new routes, including Dallas and the new one, Chicago, through their data sharing and marketing efforts, and have also been critical in the airline's decision to the upgauging of LAX and Denver. The partnership is not about promoting tourism broadly or encouraging increased visitation at any cost. It is a risk-sharing structure tied to specific transportation outcomes, ensuring air service routes perform well to justify their continuation. There is also a fiscal control benefit to partnership-based marketing. By working with Sea Monterey and Visit Carmel, it allows us to constrain the message. Without local partnership and participation, messaging defaults to the airlines and their marketing, which often offers the community far less influence over tone or audience. Campaigns focus on business travel, shoulder season demand, and route awareness rather than the general or high-volume promotion. From a budget perspective, the alternative to modest marketing support is not savings, it is a loss of service, followed by higher long-term costs in the form of reduced access and reverting to more drive-only visitation or more vehicular traffic back and forth from San Jose or San Francisco. In short, our shared goal is fewer cars and stronger returns on the TOT revenue. Air travelers stay longer, spend more, and book overnight stays, and these are the visitors Carmel wants. Higher value, lower impact, with less strain on parking and traffic. Maintaining current investment levels is how we continue attracting those high-value visitors and retaining direct flights. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for being here tonight, Chris. Good to see you.
I have to read this. Good afternoon. I'm Hella Rothwell, and I'm here to speak for the Visit Carmel getting the grant from the city. As you probably know, I'm the organizer of the Carmel Art Festival happening here in Carmel-by-the-Sea for the 33rd year at Devendorf Park on May 15 to 17. The Carmel Art Festival is a nonprofit not affiliated with anyone, which means we have to cover all our costs to produce the event. How? From sales of freshly created plein air paintings by 60 juried artists who come to Carmel-by-the-Sea from far and wide, even abroad. They stay here for at least 6 nights painting our gorgeous scenery. And who buys the art? Plein air art collectors and art aficionados who also come from all over. Many have told me that they plan their vacation around our event. Promoting and advertising is key to our success since buyers have to be here to purchase the art. This year, Visit Carmel was able to allocate $1,500 in a special social media campaign promoting our festival along with the city. Not much, right? What did it do? Magically, visitors to our website have doubled by our Facebook. Thank you. I had to read that, right? So I have no clue yet what this will mean in attendance or our bottom line, but it's certainly got the attention of hundreds of people interested in both art and our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Hella. You need to come back and do a public comment at some point about, because it's coming up fast.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, manager, and city staff. My name is Amrish Patel. I'm owner of Carmel Green Lantern Inn, just a few blocks away from here. I'm also a former chair of Sea Monterey and current board member. I'm here to respectfully request your continued support of stable investment in both Sea Monterey and Visit Carmel. As a hotel owner, I make, along other hotel owners, decisions based on continued and consistent long-term demand. Staffing, capital expenditures, reinvestments, they're all based on predictability and consistency in destination marketing. destination marketing is not simple. You heard today earlier on by a couple of speakers that visitor behavior, technology, digital platforms are changing so, and marketing strategies are changing so rapidly and consistently. It requires expertise, scope, requires resources, as well as data to be able to compete with other destinations. Carmel is not just competing with other Monterey Peninsula cities. We're competing with Napa, Santa Barbara, Sonoma, coastal communities in California, as well as other luxury destinations across the nation. It's important for us to continue our investment in See Monterey and Visit Carmel. So I'd respectfully like to ask you to continue your investment. I heard earlier on a couple of comments about hotel owners potentially not wanting more than 80%. Candidly, that's the first time I've heard that, and I've been in the business for 3 decades. Any credible hotel owner would want as much occupancy as possible, because occupancy means demand, demands means higher ADR. Now, during the peak season, we already have high occupancy in the 80s, in some cases 90s. It's the low season, as Rob points out, where we need occupancy lift. During the midweek, slow season, and shoulder seasons. So it's not too far a reach to get to mid-80s, mid-70s, and low 80s. So I really would appreciate and would request that you continue your investment in both See Monterey and Visit Carmel. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
No questions now. Thank you for your time commitment for the board. We appreciate it.
To read it too. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Byrne and City Council members. My name is Eri Matsumoto, and I'm a local artist and the owner of Eri Matsumoto Art and Design Gallery on Mission Street. I've lived and worked on the Monterey Peninsula for over 30 years, most of that time as a nurse practitioner, and lived in Carmel before becoming a full-time artist in 2021. Opening my gallery in 2024 has been a dream and a leap of faith. And like many small business owners, I'm deeply invested in the vitality of this community. I'm here to express my appreciation for Visit Carmel and the important role it plays in supporting our local economy, especially for artists and small galleries. From my experience, events like the Carmel Art Walk and Meet the Makers are essential. They create meaningful connections between artists and visitors, and which is at the heart of Carmel's identity. I'd also like to share a candid observation. Regular art walk evenings do bring exposure, but foot traffic can be limited on the north side of Mission Street, even just a few blocks away from Ocean and Dolores. In contrast, Meet the Makers has been incredibly impactful. During the 3-hour event, I've welcomed 100 to 200 visitors in my gallery. It is by far the most significant event of the year for my business, thanks to Visit Carmel and collaborating businesses. That level of engagement reflects strong planning, coordination, and effective promotion, and it shows what's possible. As a newer gallery owner, I can truly feel the difference when there is strong support behind an event. It not only drives sales, but also builds relationship and long-term engagement with visitors. Looking ahead, I would love to see continued and possibly expanded support for Visit Carmel, including increased promotion, broader outreach, and more inclusive opportunities for artists to participate in major events like the Carmel Culinary Week and Car Week. Carmel has an extraordinary concentration of creativity. With the right support, we can continue to grow not only as a beautiful destination, but as a vibrant and authentic cultural community. Thank you for your time and for supporting the arts and small businesses.
Thank you, Edie. All right, so I think that's wraps it up. One more? Okay, this is the last one, then we're going to go to regular public appearances.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Mayor, Councilmember. My name is Bashar Sneeh. I'm a business owner and resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I would like to definitely respectfully encourage you to support and keep continuing with the partnership with Visit Carmel and Sea Monterey, definitely Chamber of Commerce. Many of you who knows me that I'm pretty involved in my businesses. I talk to guests all day long. I'm in touch with everybody comes. Visit Carmel and Sea Monterey has played big influence on bringing people in. I think listening to the whole discussions, the presentations were brilliant. I think the information and the data that they supported us is like very eye-opening on how much work and effort they are doing with your support to bring people to the town, which is we need. We need that revenue so much. I would say it goes down to a couple of things. Like if the principle of to continue supporting or not continue supporting, I would say if we go to the not continue supporting, we have to come up with better alternative because we cannot live without alternative. If the question is about the operations and day-to-day operations and how they manage this money, I would definitely, encourage that member of the city be more involved because I saw some questions where like about kind of day-to-day operations, like how they do things, to be more involved and help in better managing everything we need with this partnership. One thing I want to say, if sometimes we believe and we think that Carmel is known, that's it. Everybody knows it. It's in everybody. Nobody can, avoid it. They're gonna come see it, and I kind of disagree with that. We have such a great city, nothing like it in the entire world. But we are living in an era where all the new generation now driven so much by the influence of influencers and social media and advertisement and promotions. So we need that. One time I asked myself a question, why Coca-Cola company keep advertising? They are everywhere. They're in our DNA. I actually went and looked into it. I did a deep research about it, got amazing results. I totally encourage you to do that because this is gonna lead you to a clear answer about supporting the organizations that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I saw a couple new businesses on the planning report from last month. Look forward to seeing it. All right, I think we're done with that. Thank you very much, everybody that participated, our marketing partners and all the speakers. We really appreciate your participation tonight. And now we're going to move on to public appearances.
Mayor, did you want to do council comments?
Do you want to? Do you think
it's up to you. It's completely up to you.
If you want, I mean, it's.
Could I make a suggestion? Could we just save our comments to when we get to talk about the budget?
I think it's a good idea.
We're kind of behind.
Because we did some last night. We're going to have a lot of it. I think we should move on if you don't mind. And we'll, I'll let you have time when we get to the budget. But I think we have a lot of people here who just want to make their public appearances and then move on. So let's get with it. Nova, could you read the public appearance notice, please?
Sure. Members of the public are entitled to speak on matters of municipal concern not on the agenda during public appearances. Each person's comments shall be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the mayor. While stating your name is optional, it helps to identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Under the Brown Act, public comment for matters on the agenda must relate to that agenda item, and public comments for matters not on the agenda must relate to the subject matter jurisdiction of this legislative body. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Thank you. All right, how many people would like to make a general public comment tonight? All right, come on up. And if you could keep them as brief as possible, we've got a lot of business to do.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am here representing the Friends of Mission Trail. We are a tag team. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Mission Trail Nature Preserve on June 20th. At 10 a.m., we're going to host a lovely walk through the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. Greg D'Ambrosio will be leading the way, but all of us will be there. And we're so proud of the way the preserve looks, all the work that we've done, and we would love the entire public to come and join us. So really, this is a save the date announcement. June 20th, beginning of summer, longest day of the year, 10 a.m. We'll meet in the Redwood Grove, and it should just be a wonderful experience. I hope all of you will join us, and if any of you would like to make any remarks or anything like that, we can coordinate that too. So thank you. One little comment on the last topic. I want to reiterate what the last gentleman suggested, which is this is really important information. And it seemed to me as an observer, you were only getting a bit of it periodically. And I think it would be really valuable for you to consider having someone represent a marketing perspective on your team as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been on this tour before, and it is excellent. Don't miss it. All right, next. If you could stay close if you're going to speak so we can keep this moving. Hello.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Patrick Reeves. I'm here with you to talk about the people who keep Carmel running. Landscapers, builders, and hospitality staff. This past March was a wake-up call. We saw heat spikes and poor air quality all in 1 week, proving that even on the coast, we aren't immune to extreme weather. Through my volunteering at CHOMP, I've seen how quickly a small lapse can put us into a medical emergency. Thus, us students have produced the Outdoor Worker Safety Climate Safety Ordinance. It is simple and cost neutral. It doesn't require any new developments, and it uses the existing Alert Monterey County system to notify businesses for when triggers are met. 85 degrees Fahrenheit for cool-down breaks, 95 degrees Fahrenheit, which aligns with state standards, and 151 AQI, which aligns with state standards for provided N95 masks. These are basic protections that prevent illnesses before it becomes a crisis. It's a clear local checklist that keeps our workforce safe. Thank you. I'll pass it to Nick.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Nicholas Kraut, and I have worked at Cafe Carmel. A lot of my shifts were spent out on the pavement, cleaning tables, and hauling trash. Anyone who has worked outdoors knows you feel the heat not only in your body, but in your mind. When the air is thick or the sun is beating down, you feel drained, your focus slips, and accidents happen. This proposed ordinance is simple. At 85 degrees Fahrenheit, we get breaks. At 95 degrees Fahrenheit, we follow high heat standards. And at AQI 151, we get N95 masks. This ensures our safety from heat and poor air quality. By using Alert Monterey County to notify businesses, the moment a trigger is hit, we can commit to the safety. It's a simple checklist that aims to keep everyone safe and on the same page. Thank you, and I'll pass it on to Matt.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Matt David. I am a varsity track and cross-country athlete at Carmel High, and as a runner, I support the Outdoor Worker Climate Safety Ordinance. Us athletes are no stranger to extreme weather. My teammates and I know all too well how it leads to heavy legs, high heart rates, and lost focus. Thus, we have rules and guidelines for providing constant hydration and rescheduling events when conditions are dangerous. So while us high schoolers are out there for 2 hours a day, we must not forget that many of Carmel's workers are working through extreme weather for 8 hours or more. That's exactly what this ordinance aims to alleviate for my fellow citizens and local businesses. It builds on top of blanket state regulations and clear local thresholds. To reiterate, 85 degrees Fahrenheit for provided water and shade, 95 degrees Fahrenheit for required breaks, and during wildfires, an AQI, or air quality index, of 151 or higher for N95 masks. And don't worry, by using free state-provided training materials, even the smallest shops can provide their workers without adding excessive costs. So as the climate gets warmer, we've acknowledged how to keep us high school athletes safe. Now it's time to look out for the people who keep Carmel running. Please consider making this ordinance an item, and on behalf of Carmel High students, we thank you very much for listening to us today.
Thank you very much. Very impressive. Thank you for your wonderful emails too. We appreciate it. And we will discuss it. We will. All right, thank you.
I feel bad following that.
I know, it's pretty good.
Hi, council members, mayor, city staff. My name is Megan Range. I'm just coming to introduce myself. Some of you I've seen electronically, some of you I've seen physically. I'm the new government relations rep for PG&E. Just want to let you know I'm in town. You will all have my contact information if you don't already. I think most of you already do, but I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm sure I'll see you guys around, but I look forward to scheduling meetings. I already have follow-up that I was supposed to give you before this meeting and I didn't. So we'll all be chatting. I'm happy to answer questions. One-on-one is the best way to do it, and I know we'll continue these conversations. Just wanted to say hi.
Great. It'll be sooner than later.
Yes, it will.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming tonight.
Hello, me again. I just wanted to let you know some of the opportunities of events and networking opportunities that we will have at the Chamber for the month of May. We have 2 ribbon cuttings coming up, one at Pure Bar on May 14th, which is on the 3rd floor of the Carmel Plaza. We're super excited to celebrate their anniversary. And then we have a ribbon cutting at Austin Cohen Gallery, which will be on May 21st. Our monthly mixer is at Day Tierra Vineyards, so if you haven't had a chance, we would love to have you join us on May 27th on Mission and 5th. And then our Women's Business Council group will be meeting actually in Mid-Valley this month at Monte Family Chiropractic. We have a monthly meetup for women in business. So Alissandra, we'd love to have you join us sometime soon. And then our Hearts of Carmel, which is our arts program, has been launched this year. So we're very excited to work with our local artists. Applications are out and we've extended our deadline to May 15th. So if you are an artist, I know Eddie, I already have your application, but if you are an artist or you know an artist, we hope that you will share our applications. We're excited to see Hearts out in the village again this year. And then May 22nd, we will be having a community conversation with Congressman Jimmy Panetta at La Playa. So we would encourage you to join us for that. And then this summer, we're filled with lots of exciting opportunities like our chili cook-off. This year, we'll be hosting a Carmel-by-the-Sea book festival in Carmel Plaza. And of course, Taste of Carmel, Awards of Excellence, and all of the other exciting things we have going on. But May is busy and we hope to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to see the book festival back. That was a lot of fun last year. It was really good. All right. Looks like we don't have any more. Anybody online? One online.
Oh.
Oh, and Jojo.
I guess it's evening. Is it evening yet? No. Sorry. My name is Joe Todd, and I'm a resident. I wanted to just give a shout out to the waste management that we have here in Carmel. I want to, just for an example of kind of.
If you could hold that comment, we're going to have that as one of our next agenda items, and it would be more appropriate to speak about it.
For the waste I didn't see it on, so I can wait.
It's coming up.
Sure.
It's coming up really quickly here.
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think your point would be better taken then. All right, we have one online.
Phone number ending in 902. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. International events are impacting Carmel despite the hopeful projections for visitors, occupancy rates, and filling up planes. On May 1st, UN investigative journalist Richard Medhurst reported that the goal of the U.S. attacks on Iran and the kidnapping of President Maduro is the creation of the Petrobras dollar and making the U.S. the sole source of gas and oil for the world, including Europe and Asia. The U.S. has done this by the Navy's blockade of oil and gas from other countries in the Arctic, their capture and sinking of oil tankers, destruction of Levantine ports, and U.S.-enabled destruction of oil and gas infrastructure of other countries, with Chevron the biggest beneficiary. Why is this important? The price of gas is escalating, but former UN weapons inspector Scott Ritter asks, what happens when there's no gasoline at the gas stations? What happens when there's no aviation fuel? Spirit is now out of business. Flights are being canceled. Carmel and its businesses don't have the luxury to ignore international events. When visitors don't or can't come to Carmel in the hotels and the TOT tax is zero, when people can't get to their jobs, when Salinas Valley Ag can't grow crops because they don't have fertilizer, when food can't be shipped to Carmel residents, remember, the U.S. Navy did this and local leaders support it, destroying this community with Chevron laughing all the way to the bank, while the Navy and Pentagon continue to siphon off taxpayer money for their endless wars. They've also put this community at risk for attack by other countries to stop this U.S. piracy, its crimes against their nations and the earth, and its grooming and arming seditionists in their countries through the DLI. A new study found 1,800 babies have died in Cuba since 2017 due to U.S. sanctions and the blockade. Who is conducting the blockade that kills these babies? The U.S. Navy. Where are the mothers and like-minded people of Carmel saying no? Julia Ward Howe founded Mother's Day to stop the wars. I urge Carmel to loudly protest these lawless, immoral federal and military actions, if only because of the tremendous economic and community impact to you. Otherwise, when this happens, the city will only have itself to blame as the streets of Carmel are deserted and the world burns. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anybody else online.
There's no more.
One last chance in the chamber. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for participating tonight. And now we're going to go to announcements. City Administrator, do you have any
No, sir.
announcements?
No, sir.
None?
Nope.
Not even one?
Nope. For the sake of the agenda, no, sir.
Okay, good. City Attorney, do you have any announcements?
Yes, we had 2 closed sessions last night, and there is no reportable action from those closed sessions.
All right, thank you. All right, council members, let's start with Ali. You want to go first?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to take this moment to say goodbye to 2 staff members who are going to be leaving our community, and want to thank them for serving our community. Ken Wysocki, who's led Public Works for the past year and did so much to help get things in order and organized. He tremendously helped the council and the community with his work on the CIP, that's the capital improvement projects, and the 5-year CIP plan, with future projects, timelines, and estimated costs. And by the way, all of this material is available online on the city website. This helps council and the community with our strategic priorities and budget, and also addressing the city's long overdue deferred maintenance, which is at $100 million. I'm especially grateful for his work at the beach, which has been neglected and needs long overdue repairs. For example, our 10th and 12th Avenue staircases, and the good news is that work should be starting pretty soon. Also, the 8th Avenue sand ramp, the 4th Avenue outfall, and the revetments, along with new drainage issues along the scenic pathway and the resulting bluff erosion. So it will be hard to replace him, and we wish him the best at his new job. I also wanted to say goodbye to Cindy Mitchell, who has worked for the city for 33 years, which is a remarkably long time in our police department. You all know her from her work with animal control and parking enforcement. Everyone in town knows Cindy and is fond of her. Her kindness and love of animals always comes through, and for that she is much appreciated and will be missed. It will also be hard to find someone who can replace her, and we wish her all the best in her retirement.
Well said. Thank you very much. That was a nice comment. No, nothing, Hans? Bob?
Yeah, I'm reading an email from Emily Garay, who is the staff member who has been working on getting house numbers available so that we can put them on our homes. It's kind of a long process that has to go through the county. And the question was asked by, we have a friend at Google who is eager to help us get our new house numbers into Google Maps as soon as we have them. So he was inquiring, and so I'll just read this. One of the most common questions from the community is, when will the new address work in Google Maps? I'm happy to disclose that we are on track to send our final data set to the County of Monterey for review and integration by Friday, May 8th. All primary addresses have been assigned to parcels within city limits and sent to the county. The data we are working on now is assigning unit identifiers to multi-unit buildings. After sending this data set to the county, 3 departments there will conduct a review. Within their own department, the city will receive the official go after all 3 departments successfully integrate the data into their systems. Based on batch testing and from the county department's estimate, the county data review and integration phase could take between 2 weeks and 2 months. So we are victims of bureaucracy. But we're hoping for 2 weeks, but there's a possibility that the county review might take weeks rather than months. But because the city has collaborated with the county throughout the process and tailored a data set to the county's preferences for a streamlined integration process. However, 2 months for county review could push this thing into July. So we're getting there, probably no later than July, and maybe as soon as a couple weeks.
That's good news. I traded, I'll do my comment later. Jeff? Nothing? I've been working on, I've had a lot of questions about how am I gonna put my number on if I can't see my house from the street. And Emily has a nice document she's putting together that I think you'll be really happy with. You'll have some flexibility, so it's gonna be really good. So for those of you who couldn't make it, I'd like to let you know that Kenny Spilfogel's memorial service was attended by at least 150 people, maybe more. And half of them raised their hand when I asked how many went to the hospital to visit him. It was just extraordinary. Donna was there, she can vouch for that. It was a wonderful tribute to his life and his service to Carmel. I was honored to say a few words, and I have to admit it wasn't easy to get the words out. Thanks to his family and friends. His nephew was actually here tonight. Sorry he had to leave. And Congregation Beth Israel did a great job on the event. He'll be missed at our council meetings and around town. So Kenny's gone. I'll be saying a few words at the push-in event at the firehouse on Thursday at 11 o'clock. Don't miss it. This doesn't happen very often. The Monterey push-in was great for the new ladder, or they call it a tiller truck. And I'll be attending the PG one tomorrow at 5 o'clock for their new engine. These events, again, seldom happen, and to have 3 in about a month is a real treat, especially for people that like fire engines like me. So thanks to the Public Works team for tuning up the DG on the scenic pathway, one of the projects that Allie was referring to. Speaking of scenic, I noticed they have blocked off the road at Santa Lucia hard down this afternoon. They're getting ready for the big paving project. The COD project is finally done. I've had heavy-duty excavating equipment and steel plates and you name it out in front of my house for a couple months, but I'm hoping that it disappears soon. So they're gonna be doing other work on scenic, so don't be surprised if it's really shut down, and it's gonna be absolutely beautiful when it's finished. One last thing, Forest Theater. There's a show going on there. It's the Monterey High in conjunction with MPC Theater, Once Upon a Mattress, and I can guarantee you that the theater will be as clean as you ever seen it, because tomorrow we're doing a deep clean, steam cleaning of the entire seating area. So if you want to see a clean theater, go there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this week. All right, that's all my comments. And now we're going to move into public hearings. Item 1 is fiscal year 2026-27 fee schedule, resolution 2026-29. And that's for adopting this fee schedule for this coming year for citywide services. And we have Jamie.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Today is the second review of the proposed fee schedule for the 26-27 fiscal year as reviewed and approved by council. So the purpose of this tonight is, let me just back up. These fees are for services provided to individuals, such as the city, and as such, the city is allowed to recover the cost of delivering those services to individuals. The last fee study was performed in 23-24, and it was being updated by CPI. This year, there was a new study performed, and the purpose of today's meeting is to approve the schedule so that the fees can take effect with the budget. Quick background, as a study report says, it was in the council meeting last time, the city is legally allowed to charge a fee for a user for services provided by the city to that individual. These services include things like plan checks, tree permits, annexation, parking permits, etc. An accurate set of fees is equitable and it protects the general fund. And I want to delve into that just a bit. A fee for service is based on the cost of the service. A fee cannot contain a profit margin for the city. If the fee for the service is properly balanced or equal to the cost of the service, then the individual pays for the service they received, and the general fund, usually, which is usually funded by citywide taxes, does not have to subsidize an individual. And that's kind of why we want that balance. We want that general fund revenue sources of taxes to go to general citywide things and individuals to pay for what individuals use. To summarize, the completion of the study allows us to balance the fees to actual costs. Comparisons show that the proposed fees are generally less than the same fees calculated at other local jurisdictions. And tonight we'd like to adopt the fees so we can implement them. In the future, the list we will continue to evaluate the fees on the list for completeness and accuracy, and possibly try to get a waiver process in place, because I believe that was indicated to be desirable at the last meeting. At the last meeting, we made a few changes to the calculations, and what we did is we lowered it from the cost of delivering that service based on staff time to a lower number, because we're saying that we want to encourage compliance, and we're going to subsidize individuals and what they're receiving because there's a general public benefit. So these are the changes that we discussed at the last meeting. In conclusion, we recommend that the schedule be adopted as presented, so that, as amended tonight, it's been presented, so that it can be in place at the start of the new fiscal year. Are there any questions?
Council questions?
I had a really quick one, just for clarification. Thank you, Jamie. In the staff report, it said the adoption was July 4th. But then in the resolution, it says it goes into full effect on July 5th. Is there a contradiction there, or is that?
It's a matter of counting off 60 days have to happen from when we say yes, and then after the 60 days, then it's good to go. So I'd actually have to double check to see if July 4 is the 61st day, but we're not open on July 4 to make those changes anyway. So essentially, actually, we'll probably change it online to be exact, but when we open for business, it'll be the new fees.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Just in case anyone questioned whether this council looks at the details. There were several like that last night. I really appreciate this council because they really do their homework. All right. I don't have any questions. I'm really happy to see some of those numbers, and I think the community is going to be really happy about it. Any public comments?
Nancy Toomey, thank you for what you do. Just had a quick kind of last minute suggestion that we look at or consider looking at the fees that are paid by the buses that park outside our plaza, as we're kind of looking at ways for additional income. I don't know where that fits in the mix. There might be pros and cons, but that could be a way to potentially cause some decrease in the quantity of buses that come to our town for daytime visits. But it has implications, so it needs some thought to consider. But nonetheless, we have a pretty low fee on that now, and maybe it's time to increase it. And I believe it was increased maybe 5 years ago, but it's probably time to look at that again for a future consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? I don't see any hands up, so let's bring it back for discussion. Anybody have anything they'd like to say?
I just have a quick comment on just since Nancy brought it up on the bus fee. You know, this has come up before, and the argument against it is that if we start charging more for buses, the buses are going to drive down the bus route out of town to maybe the parking lot at the barnyard or at Crossroads, and then they're going to drive back. And so it's always been a question of revenue versus pretty nasty bus route traffic.
And pollution.
Pollution, traffic, congestion, all that stuff.
Good point.
So also, I had a conversation with Brian on a different matter, which maybe will come up later, but he told me, we can change the fee schedule tonight and then bring the buses back or the other thing back at some point in the future if that's what we decide to do. So I would I would make the motion to adopt the fee schedule as presented in the staff report.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dels?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And thank you, council, for having a really thoughtful discussion on that at the last meeting, and I think we did a good job on this. Do you agree, Brandon? Yes, sir. Yeah, I think some people are going to be happy, especially on the sewer laterals. Yeah. I'm expecting an email from that person that started that discussion, but I haven't gotten it yet. Maybe after tonight. All right, moving right on to orders of business. Item 2, franchise agreement subgroup recommendation, 2030 collection franchise planning process, if I can say it correctly. And hi, Mary.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This evening, we're bringing forward the 2030 collection franchise planning process as we prepare for the end of our current agreement. Green Waste was selected in 2014 for a 15-year term that expires in 2030. Overall service levels have been strong. I serve on the Technical Advisory Committee subgroup, and over the past several months, we have been working with other regional partners as well as HF&H consultants to evaluate the best path forward. Based on this work, the recommendation is to move ahead with a competitive RFP process. Given the length of this contract, going out to RFP is good governance. It provides a transparent, competitive process and helps ensure we're getting the best value for our community. With that, we have Rob Hilton from HF&H, who's going to walk through the presentation, and Zoe Schultz is also here from Regen. Yes, there she is. From Regen Monterey is here for any questions. After the presentation, we're asking the council to consider moving forward with the RFP process and adopt a process integrity policy to guide this process. I'll turn it over to Rob.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Glad to be here with you today talking about the upcoming franchise process. So I'm going to run through some results of the public engagement process that we conducted to inform this recommendation, share with you some key considerations that this subgroup in the TAC made, and then give you a little bit of a preview of what the path forward would look like if you adopted the recommendation. So as the subgroup started working on this, one of the things that they wanted to understand was what are the attitudes of the public around these services, both to inform the decision to do RFP or to negotiate with the existing provider, as well as, regardless of what process we take, what the public is interested in terms of new services. So we started by doing a public opinion survey using a polling firm to get a statistically valid survey of the 7 participating agencies in green waste service. And in doing that, we wanted to get representative surveying from each of the member agencies based on their proportionate population. So what I'm presenting to you on the screen tonight is going to be the overall statistically valid results. I also have your specific results if you've got questions for me, and I'll highlight some Carmel-specific differences. So starting off, there is a reasonably high level of satisfaction with green waste overall service, about 93% across the service area. And that's fairly consistent with what we saw about 15 years ago when Waste Management did a similar survey of satisfaction, and Waste Management saw about 95, 96% satisfaction with their service. So what this tells us is those frontline service providers, the drivers, the customer service reps that are responsible for our satisfaction with the service are generally doing a good job today as they were 15 years ago. One note for you, in Carmel, the satisfaction level is a little bit lower than the rest of the service area. Carmel's satisfaction level was about 90% compared to about 93% for the overall. So not market difference, but somewhat. We also find that of those that are satisfied, there's a particular intensity to it. So people are very satisfied, about 66%, and then there are a handful of people, about 27%, that are intensely unsatisfied with the service. Of those that are unsatisfied, cost is a high frequency item, and then missed containers. And as we look at the specific notes from Carmel respondents, the issue of missed containers and missed service is particularly relevant to your service area. And because of your higher second home population, you have a number of second homeowners who come back after being gone for a while and realize they haven't been served in some time. And we heard about that in the survey. Overall, for the service area, about 47% think that their garbage and recycling bill is about right, and only 29% think it's too high. In Carmel, 42.5% believe that their bill is too high. So you have a higher intensity around that price tolerance issue in Carmel than in some of the rest of the service area. We also wanted to get a sense of relative importance. If we were going to evaluate different proposers, what the priorities are for that selection. Affordability is one of the top issues across the service area. For Carmel, affordability was only 94%, but still very high priority. Quality of service, Carmel said 100%. This was the top priority, was quality of service in Carmel, about 99% for the rest of the service area. Then convenience, Carmel's fairly consistent with that. And last, environmental impact. And in fact, Carmel says only 92% for environmental impact compared to 96% for the rest of the service area. So as we were thinking through priorities, overall affordability, very important to folks, and then the quality of service and the reliability of that service. In addition to the statistically valid survey and polling that was done, we held a few community meetings, did 3 virtual meetings to get input from residents, some done at noon, some done in the evenings. Only about 17 people participated in those. They were offered bilingual. And some of the things that we were hearing are more education about the programs and services that people already receive. There was a relatively low level of awareness about some of the things that people are already paying for and may not know to take advantage of. They wanted to see more self-service, so through a phone app, through some sort of online system that they could request services. And then the response time around customer service was noted, but generally noted satisfaction with Greenway's service. We then talked to some multifamily property managers to understand the issues attendant to multifamily properties and the needs that those communities have. Spoke to about 7 different communities ranging from 8 to 106 units in those buildings. And those property managers generally expressed a sensitivity around costs and rates, particularly because as those costs go up, they need a timing to pass those through to their renters. And if the costs are too high, they can't pass all of those costs through. And so they are fairly sensitive around that. Also, because they have high volume shared service environments, they're very sensitive to misses and blocked containers and things like that. And so gave us some feedback around that. And then, and this was specific, I think, to Seaside and Marina, but support for addressing illegal dumping issues in those communities. Last, we met with some businesses directly to understand business priorities. Some similarities to those multifamilies, as you might imagine. Great sensitivity to costs and rates. Obviously, their business models are such that they can't just be constantly increasing pricing to pass these things through. Again, need reliable, consistent service. Here in Carmel particularly, there are windows of time where it's easy to provide service and windows of time where it's difficult to provide service to those businesses. And when that's missed, it can create some real challenges. Got a number of comments about the cardboard collection program under the old agreement with Waste Management. Many of your merchants were setting cardboard loose out in the street by the swirl cans. And that has gone away under the new system where we're charging for recyclables. And there's been some friction in that. Some folks looking for other ways about that cardboard collection, particularly here in Carmel and in Pacific Grove. Last, we did some outreach to the industry to understand how folks who might propose on this project react to the opportunity. We spoke to 5 different service providers, and all of them, to a company, identified that There is a unique thing that goes on because of the regen facilities here where you're co-locating the vehicle operating yard with all of the receiving facilities for where waste goes at the end of the day. And that puts you in a really strong position to have a competitive process here because everything's turnkey for that operator. Not only is that turnkey, but all of these folks want to hire the laborers that do the driving and the customer service work because they know the communities and provide a high level of service that folks are satisfied with. So all 5 expressed interest in future partnerships. We actually received input from others who we didn't specifically have in our close-in outreach indicating that they would be interested. Here's a little bit of a map showing you different service providers surrounding your service area. Carmel particularly is surrounded by Waste Management, who serves the unincorporated county here. Republic has operations over in Salinas, Recology there in Hollister and San Benito County. So you have a pretty rich environment in terms of potential local competition for this. We also spoke to Green Waste Recovery. Obviously, they were enthusiastic to continue being your service provider, open to and enthusiastic about sole source negotiations. They did give us some indications about future cost increases during these meetings. They've revised their position on that, and you'll hear a revised position on that tonight. But when they talked to us, they were talking about something significantly more than CPI increase that would be necessary to continue operating, particularly the need to refresh their capital, their trucks. Lastly, when we spoke to them, their company was acquired several years ago, and you all consented to an assignment of the agreement. When that was done, the acquiring investment fund said that their typical hold period was 7 to 10 years. We're entering that window. 10 years would be 2031. Which would be sort of the first year of a new agreement. And so while that wasn't a huge issue in people's mind, there was a question, they're going to be potentially shopping for a new owner. Maybe we need to be looking at who our relationship is with and have a competitive process around that. So the considerations from the group, from the subgroup, by the way, these are not HF&H's recommendations. This came from the participating member agency staff. Primarily, the RFP was recommended because it's the good governance thing to do. When public agencies are letting these very large contracts, particularly ones that each household and each business pays the bill every month, not the general fund, there was a sense that this would be the best way to be able to be accountable to the public and share with them, we've gone through a robust process, we've done our due diligence, this was the best thing that was available to us. Affordability was obviously a high priority for the community, and because we were told that there would be something significantly more than a CPI increase, there was a concern that vetting that through a public process and getting competitive pricing to understand if this was the best that was available would be important. It was noted, though, that there's a high level of satisfaction with Green Waste service, and particularly with those frontline employees who day-to-day are doing a great job. The subgroup indicated strong interest in having Green Waste participate in the process and that they would like to make sure that there are labor protections in place for those laborers that are responsible for a lot of that high-level satisfaction in the event there is a transition. And then, as I mentioned, a fairly small issue, but that assignment risk of the company potentially being sold at some point during the term of the agreement. So going forward, just a note, that infrastructure out at Regen, there is a vehicle parking and operating yard for the franchise operator, as well as the landfill, the recycling facility, the compost facility, and the C&D recycling facility, all under one roof there. And so it makes a very efficient operation. Those are also held by a public agency that you are a member of. In terms of our timeline, we are working in late 2026. If we get the go-ahead from all of the participating agencies, we will be moving forward for the remainder of this year to develop, design, and draft an RFP. That RFP would be issued, and during 2027, there would be a process of due diligence over those proposals, evaluations, and all of the multi-agency coordination that goes on to negotiate those agreements. And then, in early 2028, each of you individually would negotiate over your specific terms of your agreement. And in Carmel, just for your reference, in case you don't already know, you have a number of tailored programs that were created just for Carmel during the last process based on input from the then City Council in Carmel. So things like the Beach and Village Superintendent that is dedicated to keeping up after the downtown area here, the services to the high-density businesses here and some of the hard-to-serve areas that they have, as well as the attempted revisions at the cardboard program and the public litter containers, which we are aware need more work. Oops, sorry. So those are some of the things that we would be coming to you with, as well as soliciting your direction about other things that you'd like to tailor. Carmel last time around even tailored how its rate adjustment mechanism would work a little different than the other agencies. Then that would allow a couple of year transition period for the successful provider to acquire trucks, to go about an orderly transition of all of the accounts and the communications that need to go on. In addition to that, you have in front of you a recommendation to consider a process integrity policy that governs the communications for the RFP process. And it's important to note that that doesn't govern your communications about your current relationship with your service provider. You can still work through those current issues with them. What this does is govern how communications during the RFP process about the RFP process will work, and basically defines that there are, dedicated staff contacts that information will go through, and that they're to trust those contacts and not be trying to get information or lobby outside of that. That is a voluntary policy. It's something that some of the agencies may choose not to adopt and impose on themselves. It is purely for your consideration. So the recommendation, as was stated, is to enter into an RFP process to replace these services and to consider that process integrity policy. So I'm available for any questions you may have.
Anybody have a question? Go ahead.
Can we start, so I'll start my questions by saying I don't have a copy of the contract. There wasn't a copy of the contract in the packet. So I'm a little bit, these questions are a little bit naive of that. But can you go back to the first, can you go back to like the second slide? Actually, it's slide number 6, slide number 5. Yeah, so this slide says to me that 93% of the people are satisfied and 6% of the people are unsatisfied and 1% of the people are unsure. How many people or how many households are in our collection are served by this contract?
I do not have the stats on how many households are served by the contract. It's all of the communities of Carmel, Pacific Grove, Marina, Seaside, Pebble Beach.
So 50,000,
Delray Oaks.
40,000.
The total population is about
Monterey.
60 or 65,000.
So 30,000. Okay. Can you go to the next slide? So I find this slide to be pretty deceptive because the slide presents, two graphs, people who are satisfied on the left and people who are unsatisfied on the right. And this slide makes it seem like those numbers are equal.
That's why we put the pie chart.
If I can finish, the two pies here, the big pie and the left pie, the left pie and the right pie, people who are satisfied and people who are unsatisfied. There are 30,000 people, 30,000 households. That's and so 2% of 30,000, 7% of 30,000 households, whatever the number was, 6% of 30,000 households is 2,000 households. So when I look at this chart, when I look at this pie chart, what I would have hoped to see would have been a big, enormous pie on the left, because 93% of our households are satisfied, about the same as in Carmel, and a little tiny house, a little tiny pie on the right, because 6%, because 6% of the people are unsatisfied. So this brings me to my next question, which is, we received a letter, and so again, I don't have the contract in front of me. We received a letter from Green Waste that said that there's a 5-year option, that we as a community have a 5-year option. So the buyout agreement, the private equity agreement, whatever it is, notwithstanding, how was the decision made to send this out to an RFP rather than looking at whether or not we would simply exercise the 5-year option and simply ride along with the service for another 5 years? What did that decision undergo any sort of, was it before we were making the decision to send this out to RFP, did we even decide that we needed to do that? Has anybody looked at that? Can you tell me why, given 93% satisfaction, the proposal is to send this out for bid again, rather than simply signing on the dotted line and avoiding all this hassle for 5 more years?
Couple of responses to that. First of all, these are not our charts. These aren't our presentation. This was done by Probrolski Research, who did the surveying. I didn't change that. But with respect to that question,
you're up here presenting these charts.
Sure.
And so you own the charts.
So the group did consider that question of should we just extend for the existing 5 years. What they decided was they'd like to go out to the marketplace and understand what else is available, what the pricing would look like, what the services would look like. With regard to the satisfaction level, as I interpret this, because I do this in a lot of places, satisfaction with your garbage company tends to range from about 90 to 98% wherever you go. It's a very high level of satisfaction because it's a service that's hard to upset people over. And so you generally have a high level of satisfaction. This is fairly consistent with what you saw when you had Waste Management as your service provider, 10, 12 years ago. So as we interpret this 93%, it's not striking to us in the sense that like, oh, this is an overwhelming satisfaction. It's what we would expect for this type of service. In terms of the subgroup's recommendation to move forward, they, as I said, they would like to test the marketplace to understand what's available in terms of price and services and what other companies may be willing to do. At the end of that, if you end up with Green Waste Recovery as your preferred provider, there are a number of ways that you could navigate that negotiation, but that was the subcommittee's recommendation.
I mean, this is switching service providers is a pretty intensive process. So I'm wondering, we went through this 10 years ago, and I'm wondering how really wondering like how that decision seems to have been sort of glossed over. Like we weren't asked our opinion as to whether, given these numbers, I'm wondering why we're not here answering the question first of whether we want to sign on the dotted line for 5 years. Are we being asked that question? Or are we just being asked the question to proceed to an RFP?
You certainly have the authority to direct whatever you would like for this process, whether it's a sole source negotiation with Green Waste, an extension of the current agreement, or a competitive process. What you're being presented is the subgroup's been working on this for about a year. This is their recommendation. You certainly have the authority to go a different direction if you'd like.
Okay. Do you know, so 10 years ago, I think you guys, HFH was our consultant as well, right?
Yep.
So 10 years ago, when we selected Green Waste to replace Waste Management, do you know how many bidders we had?
4.
4? And were our rates, like I see Carrie out there nodding her head, were they all about the same or were they different? Like, did we save money? If I remember right, Waste Management decided not to re-up. Was that correct? Do you know why?
No, Waste Management was actually 5 percentage points cheaper in Carmel than Green Waste Recovery was. And the then Carmel City Council decided to go with Green Waste to stay consistent with the rest of the participating communities. Plus, I think there was a preference for the services that they were offering and the approach that they had.
Okay, thank you.
Hans? Holly?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, could you say again your name and where you're from and what organization you represent?
Sure. My name's Rob Hilton. I'm the president of HF&H Consultants, and we work exclusively for local government agencies around solid waste and recycling and water and wastewater issues.
Okay, so I've got 2 questions. You mentioned something when people are concerned, and just for example, on busy weekends, especially holiday weekends, for example, at the beach, the trash bins are overflowing. So what could be done, because this is routine, like you could expect that that's gonna happen on a busy weekend so that just, so the town looks better, that we don't have to look at the trash overflowing and just so it can be collected. Is there something that can be done in that kind of a situation?
Yeah, there's a couple of different issues that go on. One is the public litter containers throughout the sort of downtown area, and then there are specific issues to the beach. The idea years ago was that the dedicated beach and village superintendent would be sort of consistently cycling through and taking care of those overflow issues and maintaining the litter containers and staying on top of that. If that level of service isn't adequate, there's more resources obviously that they could apply, but there's a cost associated with doing that, more frequent pickups of the illegal or of the litter containers, et cetera.
So that's someone from our city can just directly reach out to that person, and they
Correct.
are on the ground, literally in our town.
Yeah, 40 hours a week is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, just in general, I'm having questions about why this is so early, why now? I certainly agree with Jeff's question, is if there's a 5-year option, why are we not considering that? And then, seeing the high satisfaction. So is there something with grant money that was involved, why we're moving forward so quickly? Do you know, does somebody who's a representative from one of the other agencies know about that, this grant money that's involved for us to start doing this so quickly?
I don't think there's no grant funding associated with this. The Regen hired us on behalf of each of the member agencies. This has been brought to each of the member agencies for budget approval for this project. You're all sort of sharing in the cost. The idea of getting it started early is to make sure that in the event there's a transition of service providers, that's done in an orderly fashion. It was done in a fairly hurried way last time around with the jurisdiction sort of cascading implementation 1 month after another over the course of a year. And so this would allow a bit more orderly process, and that was a value that they thought was important.
Okay, it still seems like might be more to the story, but thank you.
When you mentioned, and I think our staff report mentions that in the initial negotiations with Green Waste, the cost was significantly above inflation. Is that for a fully renegotiated contract? Presumably the option has a fixed price, and if it has a fixed price, how does that compare? What is the kind of inflation factor on rates in the 5-year option?
So in the 5-year option, it would proceed as normal rate adjustments occur. So there's a blended index that's used that blends for you the CPI for the West Area size class BC, and then there's a fuel index and a labor index that tracks. And so, you've seen rate adjustments between 3 or 4% and 6 or 7% over the last few years.
Yeah. You mentioned, apologies for not bringing this up before, you mentioned that when the group was sort of negotiating with Green Waste that, and threat is my word, not your word, they threatened to raise the rates more. And as Hans is talking about, it seems like those rates have come down, but they were talking about raising our rates because of the cost of them replenishing their capital stock, which are their trucks. And if that's not a factor in, to build on Hans's question, if that's not a factor in what's permissible, how were they advancing the argument that they were going to, how did that negotiation even start, where they said they were going to raise our rates by 10% and we got them down to 4%? What was that? Was that just a bluff, or?
In fairness, it was not a negotiation. It was their presentation to the subgroup where they presented a range of what they estimated that impact would be. And
for the next 4 years or the next contract?
For a 10-year period that they wanted to pull forward as soon as they could. And that was one of their pitches was, as your incumbent, we can start things earlier, we can start programs earlier, we can start the rate adjustments earlier, and we can bring in the capital to replace the fleet. So that's part of what their calculus was at the time. What they have modified that to is that it would look something more like a CPI adjustment, is what they've said since the Regen board took action, and they've made presentations at other agencies. So simply the threat of the RFP has moved us from a double-digit adjustment to something more like CPI.
But I don't understand. What I'm trying to figure out is what the threat is. It sounds like they're just punching at air. I mean, we have a 10-year contract, right, with 3 or 4 years left on it, and then we have an extension that's our option, correct? Mm-hmm. So we have an 8 or 9 year contract, and I don't understand even what the threat is, other than some venture capital guy saying, we're just gonna raise your rates based on the fact that they want more money. Like, I'm trying to figure out what justification they used to say, we're gonna come in and raise your rates by 8% because we have to fix our trucks.
They were simply offering to negotiate on a sole source basis what the extension would be and proposing what, that refresh would look like from their perspective. As I said, they've revised that perspective recently.
Okay, thanks.
What would it have taken, by the way, full disclosure, I'm on the Regen board, so I got to see the back part of this. And I think I was the only one that made any comment at all, questioning anything at that meeting. What would it have taken for the 3 people that were on the committee? 3 people, right, Mary? 4 people?
No,
How many
there's a
were on the
representative from all
group?
7 member agencies.
Yeah, but
7.
the actual, in the end, wasn't there just a smaller group that actually was involved with making the decision?
No, all 7 were participating.
So that wasn't clear. Okay. What would it have taken to not do an RFP? What would you have had to see in those, you did a survey and it cost money. So what would it have taken in that survey for you to say, we don't want to do an RFP?
Again, this wasn't my recommendation,
Right.
this was the subgroup's recommendation, and the overwhelming sense was that this was the good governance thing to do.
So it didn't matter what that you expected the survey results that you got?
Much of the survey results fell within our expected ranges. Some of the survey results were instructive to us about how a process would work regardless of sole source or.
So if it had been 95% or 91%, it really wouldn't have mattered?
I don't think the satisfaction, I mean, there is complete agreement that there's high satisfaction with the services provided. There's no argument with that.
Okay, and what I said at the Regen board meeting is, if you ask anybody, do you think your trash bill is too high? You're gonna get at least 6% people that probably say that it's not what I want. So that's really not statistically relevant either, because there's no backup to that. So really, the survey results didn't impact the decision to do this. It was sort of a foregone conclusion that we think we need to go out and look at what else is out there.
I think the combination of the high preference for affordability, the sense that folks believe their rates were too high, and then the good governance were really the things that were discussed a lot. It wasn't a foregone conclusion. I can tell you that throughout the discussions, and there were a year's worth of meetings, there was a fair bit of back and forth with folks entertaining both sides of it pretty heavily. But at the end of the day, again, affordability.
Was it a 60-40 split at the end, or 50-50?
No, it was consensus decision at the end. I think there was complete agreement at the end for the recommendation.
Okay, it's sort of presented that this is just a plug and play, like you just make the decision and Waste Management hires all the people and they get the spot out at Regen.
This is much more plug and play than almost any place I work because of that, yes. It's never perfectly plug and play, though.
It's just that we have quite a few years to go where we're gonna be in a, I mean, the thing I was upset about is I was starting to have some discussions with Regen about using smart trash cans and stuff, and because we've been experimenting with that. And they were very interested in it. I didn't even know this was going on, other than, I mean, that it was actually gonna happen. But that's just not gonna happen. They're not gonna make any investment if they think that they're gonna lose this business in 4 years.
I'm not sure that that's true. If I were the incumbent and had an opportunity to do some things during the next few years to demonstrate innovation and that I'm solving some problems that I'm hearing about in the communities that I'm serving, I'd probably stretch into that. Plus, if they can solve the smart public litter containers, that's something all of the communities that they serve would benefit from.
But if we make this decision, just checking, because it's sort of like a Brown Act thing, if we make a decision to do this and go for the restricted contact with the vendor,
There's nothing precluding you from talking about
could
your
Brandon still
current-
work out an arrangement for them to make this investment?
Right, there's nothing that would stop you from working on your current agreement and services, and, you've got to manage those during the life of that agreement.
It just becomes a more convoluted,
Just don't talk about the RFP
complicated
process.
thing. It just becomes more complicated.
And again, you don't have to adopt the policy.
Okay, so the survey really wasn't the factor. What we really want to do is just go out there and see what's out there and how much we can save.
What the other alternatives are and what your options are, yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks. Good. Go ahead.
So again, my understanding is there's like an option built into the contract. There's an opportunity to extend through a sole source. That's option 2. And then option 3 is the RFP. Is it your professional opinion that in comparing the option to an RFP process that we would wind up with a better rate, better combination of rate and service through the RFP process than the existing option as opposed to the sole source?
What doing almost 100 of these tells me is that I can't predict that until I get proposals in my hand. What I can tell you, though, is that you won't lose that option. And so there are going to be off-ramps along the way where if you don't like what you see, you, Carmel, could go your own direction and negotiate, with the existing provider, or you could go along the path with one of the proposers. You might even choose a different proposer than the other participating agencies do, and we want to make sure that as we construct the process, we retain that autonomy for each of the participating agencies.
Is that really true, considering the plug-and-play nature of the regen situation?
There's some complications potentially around the regen site, but for example, Waste Management and Republic both have operating yards, in the area and could potentially serve. I mean, Waste Management serves Carmel Valley and all the area around you from their Castroville yard and could probably continue to do that irrespective of what happens at regen.
Yeah, distance does matter.
Yeah, that's not that much distance. And in fact, when Waste Management proposed on Carmel the last time around, as I said, they were 5 percentage points cheaper operating out of Castroville rather than Marina.
All right, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Thank you.
Sure.
It's time for public comment. Sorry about that discussion a little early, but maybe your questions will change.
Just a couple comments for historical purposes, since I was part of this process. And I also served on the Regen Board for several years. I'm glad to see that Rob is part of this process. He's very knowledgeable. He did a great job steering us through it. To Allissandra's point, it's a long process. It is a long contract negotiations. It takes a lot of time. So he really helps steer you through that. I think Jeff's questions are good in terms of looking at the 5-year extension. I can't remember, and I need to ask Rob this publicly, do other jurisdictions have that option as well, or is it just Carmel? So I have that question. All of them do?
Okay.
Okay. So that's good. That's a nice bargaining chip, I think. One reason we went with Green Waste, even though Waste Management was less, Green Waste was more of a local company. They were not as corporate as Waste Management. And we asked them to do add some contract language, and they refused to do it. So they kind of also backed out. And Green Waste was very responsive during the contract negotiations. The other reason Rob is good and this process takes so long is you're working with several other cities at the same time. So somebody's got to herd the cats here and make sure the cities are on point to get this through. So I'm glad Rob's here, and I think the option to renew is something that should be looked at given the off-ramps. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Tim Morris. I'm District Manager for Waste Management in Castroville. We do service Scenic. We do, if you looked on the map, all that dark green is us. So we are very local. I'm here to speak tonight to support of the resolution to proceed with the competitive RFP process for Carmel-by-the-Sea. Although time doesn't allow me to fully explain the benefits of partnering with WM, I respectfully ask for you to support the recommendation from the Technical Advisory Committee. To initiate the RFP process, a transparent and structured approach that will provide our team at WM the opportunity to demonstrate how WM can provide reliable service, long-term value, and positive impact on our community. In Monterey County, we service all the unincorporated areas. We service the city of King City. We service the state parks. We service many of the schools, including Carmel schools already. And we're well positioned to serve your community. For nearly 3 decades, WM serviced Carmel-by-the-Sea and the other peninsula cities. In 2014, the jurisdiction used the competitive process to select the current provider, just like we're asking here. This history shows that the jurisdictions understand the value of testing the market, not avoiding it. A competitive RFP does not replace workers or disrupt service. Most of the drivers used to work for us, WM. It modernizes service offerings, tailors resolutions to each community's needs, and strengthens accountability while ensuring value. Our WM team consists of frontline and behind-the-scenes employees who live and work in the area. These areas service every day already. Many of whom served the peninsula cities in the past. Personally, I live 3 blocks from here. I live in San Carlos, so I just walked up here. I will say I'm staying here forever. I told senior management, I don't care, I'm staying here, I'm gonna retire here. The people, I'm from the Midwest. I'm not bringing day travelers here. The people, my daughter lives in Malibu, she loves it here. Might be because I pay for the bill when she comes, but she loves it here. So, and the other 2 daughters are in the Midwest. I understand there's unique challenges and opportunities facing each jurisdiction, especially Carmel, and would welcome the chance to hear your concerns and work collaboratively on solutions that address them. The WM team, and I appreciate the thoughtful work that has gone into this process, and respectfully encourage the council to support moving forward with the competitive bid process. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here and for being a resident. Hi, Zoe.
Good evening. I almost said good morning because all of our board meetings are in the morning.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Zoe Schotz. I'm the Director of Communications at Regen Monterey. I am one of the cat herders here in this process, as Carrie mentioned. And what we do is help with the Technical Advisory Committee subgroup that you've been hearing. These are the cats I heard. Many are somewhere in this audience. Mary is a wonderful representative of this group, and they have put countless hours into this decision. So the fact that you're hearing it tonight for the first time, or actually the second time because we came forward with this process, does not mean there has not been a lot of work on the back end to come to this recommendation. So thank you for approving this process to hire HF&H consultants. Rob has been in the business for quite a long time. He is an expert, as are his staff, and we couldn't do this without them. I'd like to acknowledge the haulers in the audience. Both Green Waste and WM provide excellent service to the communities that they serve in our area. They're great partners for us and the community members. Thank the TAC subcommittee members who have worked on this recommendation. It did not come easy to come to this recommendation, but I think it was well thought through. And the Regen Board of Directors did support this process, of which Mayor Byrne sat on, as did the Pebble Beach Community Services District at their recent meeting, had approved the RFP process, and the City of Delray Oaks. So this is the 3rd council to have heard this process out of 7 in total. So just want to make you aware of the climate of what's happening so far. Not that it should persuade your or dissuade your decision either way, but this is where we are in the process, and I think the tax subcommittee has done a nice job of considering all the factors and coming forward with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Zoe. Good to see you. How many more comments are we going to have? So 3. Now it's your turn.
I didn't see that on the, get my. I'm Joe Todd, a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea, and I just wanted to point out one thing that happened today, this morning. I called someone at Green Waste, and I didn't, am I getting the name wrong again? But I called one of the supervisors to come out and check some of the trash cans that we have. I called him at 8:30, and he said, "Oh, I'll be there by 11." I thought that was pretty great that he would agree to that. The other person that I'm the representative for my building in Carmel, and the other person that I have dealt with a lot has been Daisy Gordon. She's done any question that I've had about the recycling. I can always call her and she gets back to me right away. And I've seen the brochures around Carmel that she's put out. So I have she's very responsive and very quick. The other thing is, and getting out the information for the green waste. It's been, like I've seen around town, for instance, at the Carmel Foundation and other places where there's been information regarding the services. I think that. So I'm just respectfully asking the council to consider continuing services with green waste based on the positive experiences that I've had. And as I said, as representing my building, I try to get the information out to the people in my building and then others as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Manny Govea. I am the Vice President of Municipal Franchises with Green Waste. Thank you for having me here. Since 2015, Green Waste has been proudly serving the 7 Regen member agencies, including the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I would like to reiterate Green Waste's long-term and unwavering commitment both to the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea and our customers throughout the peninsula. We at Green Waste fully acknowledge and absolutely respect this very lengthy process that went into tonight's recommendation. And as stated earlier, of course, we are very much open to a variety of alternatives, which would include a sole source negotiation for a new contract or leveraging the existing extension that is within the current franchise agreement that has 9 years remaining on the contract term. And just wanted to address a couple of the things that were brought up this evening at the dais, and I think Rob addressed it quite well in terms of our presentation was not a negotiation, but rather we were invited to explain what our ideas were for the future of services. Obviously, as your current service provider, we know what are heavily utilized by residents and businesses today, what are some opportunities for those programs to be strengthened, or what are some additional new programs that could be brought into a new contract, which is what we spoke about during that presentation. We also addressed the needs for future capital replacement when you're talking about a very lengthy term in a contract. And what was presented from a rate standpoint was purely hypothetical. It was based on what those new service changes could consist of and what the length of a contract would. And so what was presented that day was purely a range versus a threat necessarily. I do want to reiterate, we love the idea about the smart containers. I think Rob was spot on when he stated that we would still remain incredibly interested in partnering and finding out some solutions there. So you have my word on that. And then just also, we have a yard in Watsonville, so we too, like other companies, are local outside of just this immediate presence here too. So thank you for the consideration tonight and the robust conversation.
Okay, would you be available for questions if we have any? Sure. Okay, good.
Good evening, Mayor Byrne, council members. My name is Nick Becker. I'm the general manager at the Pebble Beach Community Services District and also serve as the chair of the tax subgroup. Thank you for your time today. I think you've had some pretty spirited conversations as expected. It's a big decision in front of you. It was a big decision in front of us as a tax subgroup. I just want to mention it's not a decision that was taken lightly. It took a lot of debate to come up with the recommendation that we have for you in front of you today. While we want to recognize Green Waste as the incumbent hauler is provided great service, I think one of the things I wanted to point out that was apparent from the survey and something we took into account was the affordability factor. I think out of all jurisdictions, that's a predominant factor that everyone considered in terms of coming up with this recommendation. I think there's a definite need amongst all the member agencies to bring back an assurance to respective boards and councils that we're going out and getting the best service and the best rates for all of our constituents. And so that was definitely a driving factor in providing you with the recommendation today. As Rob mentioned, there's a number of key considerations that he went over. I think we have a very competitive market right now. I think there's a lot of interested regional haulers that would be interested in submitting a bid on this RFP. Like Rob mentioned, there's a low barrier to entry for somebody new. I also think Green Waste has providing great service for you for 10 years. They have a competitive edge. There's no reason they couldn't submit a very competitive proposal through the RFP process. So with that said, again, as one member agency talking to you, but yet representing 6 others today, I just wanted to mention again, this wasn't a decision taken lightly. A lot of things went into consideration to come up with a recommendation today, but above all, good governance, a clear, transparent process, and really an assurance to make sure that we're getting the best rate for our constituents is why we came up with that recommendation today.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yep.
Are you available for questions too?
You bet.
Okay. I think that's it. I've got one hand up. Online.
Emily, go ahead.
Good evening. There we go. Let's see if I can get my hand down here. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Emily Hanson, and I actually have a long history with the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I am currently representing Republic Services, and I'm their area director of municipal sales. And I actually visited the dais a couple months ago under the guise of my prior employer, HF&H, and worked there for a couple of years when your council was first making the decision around engaging the regen TAC and participating in the consideration process around sole source negotiations versus going out to RFP. And now I'm visiting you today, having been involved in the prior proposal submitted by Green Waste Recovery, also the negotiations for all of the 7 existing franchise agreements. I have experience working with the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea and the other 7 agencies, the 6 agencies inclusive of Carmel-by-the-Sea, during the transition from the prior hauler, which was Waste Management, of course. And just want to really echo a lot of thoughtfulness that went into the consideration by the TAC and the recommendation that's before you. And as Nick Becker just said, there is a lot of interest in the procurement process that you guys are considering today. Republic is excited to be able to propose on providing services for all 7 of the peninsula cities. We are currently a service provider for the city of Salinas. I think you guys are familiar with that. That material flows into the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, but we are represented very well and very solid in the county of Monterey. And really are just hopeful that we have the opportunity to propose. As Carrie said, prior council member Tice said, both as a city council member when she was at Carmel and also as a participant on the Regen board, one of the reasons that Green Waste was selected at the time was they were a local company. And things have evolved and things have changed. And I think that especially because of the low barrier of entry that Regen having the existing infrastructure to offer really provides the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea and all the agencies with an incredibly open field for competition. And I just want to echo what everyone else has said, which is even if you go out to RFP and you receive proposals, you still have a lot of options on the table. It may be that Green Waste Recovery submits the best proposal. It may be that they submit a competitive proposal, but perhaps not the all-around best proposal. And we won't know that unless you guys decide to go out and support this competitive procurement process. So I'm excited for the decision tonight. I hope that we ultimately see you support the TAC recommendation like the other agencies, and look forward hopefully to being able to stand on the dais. I'm sorry I'm not there tonight, but do hope to be able to stand on the dais and greet you all in consideration of a future proposal of ours. Thank you.
Emily. Thanks for being here tonight. All right, I think that's it for the public comments. We're going to bring it back. I didn't expect this to go this long. We sort of went right past our dinner hour. Sorry about that. But we need to have a discussion now. Anybody want to kick it off? Hans.
I think that if you've still got the option, you still have the option to go with the option. Yeah. If you go down this road with the RFP, it feels a little bit like the best of both worlds. And there has been a lot of thought put into it, and it does feel like, why not go out and test the market again? Like Nick said, it's a pretty, it feels like a pretty competitive market here locally, which it seems like we could take advantage of. So I'm feeling like that's the right move here. So I also wanted to thank Nick for coming. He's actually been a great resource to us on wildfire issues, PG&E, Cal-Am. So thank you, Nick, for all of your support for the city in that capacity too.
And definitely a good neighbor. Go ahead.
Just quickly, I agree with what Hans just said. I mean, it seems like there's, sometimes launching a competitive process can be very expensive, timely, and it's not clear that anybody else wants to participate. The fact that I've just heard from 3 companies that are ready to and are all voicing a local participation just seems like it. Plus, this is the result of the TAC committee, and I don't have any reason to overrule that. So I'm with you.
Yeah, there are more that are willing to participate. Jeff?
I'm 3/4 with you. I'm still concerned that we're going down a process that's going to have some sort of unknown outcome that might result in the splintering of our group of 6 communities here. I think that Brandon, I think that over the course of the sort of 10 years, we've negotiated with Green Waste, on a number of occasions to change the services, change the service to our houses, regarding curbside pickup, regarding beach pickup, regarding downtown pickup. There have been lots of issues. With that, and yeah.
I agree with Hans and Bob. I think I support what they say, and we should go forward. And as we heard, that there's many off-ramps along the way. So if we choose to take one of those, we can take that route in the future.
And the option of really going on our own would be incredibly time-consuming, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. And it just probably doesn't make any sense. All right, so it sounds like we have, Jeff, as long as you're on board? Yeah, go ahead.
Question, I guess, for Brandon. Just to be clear, like going down this road doesn't result in, we will still have the option of pressing the 5-year button.
That's correct, yeah.
And we can do, we legally can sort of separate ourselves from the rest of the parties if the TAC group comes back with a recommendation to go to Republic, I'm just saying that because Emily was on the phone, Ms. Hansen was on the phone. So if the TAC group comes back and recommends that we go with Republic and we don't like that option, we certainly can press the 5-year button.
We can. I think it sounds like there would be some technical considerations about how to use the regen facility at that point, but we certainly would be, the city council would be.
That's not really my concern.
Understood.
That's
Understood, just making sure that came out of the presentation, but certainly it would be the city council's prerogative to pull that trigger if they wanted to on the 5-year.
And legally, we could do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So given that, you're on board? Yeah. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
The only thing we didn't talk about was this process integrity policy.
I'm definitely on board with that.
Okay. Then I move to approve the Technical Advisory Committee's franchise agreement subgroup's recommendation to initiate a competitive RFP process for solid waste, recycling, and organics collection services allowing green waste recovery and other qualified service providers to compete for the new franchise. And as part of that motion, I move to approve the process integrity policy in our packet.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yeah, and thank you to the TAC group, everybody, all the vendors. We really appreciate you coming out here tonight and making this a robust discussion. All right, we're going to go to dinner. We stand recessed.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, what time do you want to return? 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock.
Okay, we're going to return at 8 o'clock.
Okay, we're back in session. Thank you, everybody, for letting us have our dinner half hour. Before we get started, I'm going to do a little survey here. We've got 2 more items, if I'm not mistaken. Let me get some correct. Yeah. Yeah, in a closed session. We've got item 3 and 4. 4 is Car Week. How many people are here for that? How many people are here for the budget? It's a tie. Yeah, so we're just going to do it in order then. All right, thank you for being here, everybody. So item 3 is fiscal year 2026-27 recommended budget. And we're going to receive a presentation from staff. I believe we'll be receiving this presentation. The final adoption for the budget's going to come at a future meeting, and we're going to have a workshop. And so no actions taken tonight other than providing some direction.
Thank you,
Correct?
Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start and then hand it off to our illustrious finance manager, Jamie Fields. So we are here. Jamie, if you would skip to the next slide for me or give me the clicker. I'll give it back to you when I'm done. How about that? All right, so we are here to present the fiscal year recommended budget. As many of you know, the process tonight really is us presenting you with the draft budget, receiving questions. Tonight's all about questions because we do have a workshop in a week where we will do the hard work. You will do the hard work together with us, heavy lifting on modifying, molding, and finalizing that budget before we come back to you in June. So tonight, what we're really looking for is questions. We can certainly add some clarifications, but remember tonight, we take those questions, we put them into a Q&A sheet that lives now with the rest of the budget throughout the process so we can answer all those questions. To introduce this, I just want to shine a spotlight on it and give some attention to the fact that we're excited about this budget. I mean, in plain speak, we're very excited about where we're at with the budget this year. We're proud of the work that we've done over the last year in collaboration with the council's financial stewardship work group. We've continued to take a new approach at how we do budgeting here in the city. We're much more realistic about future challenges, looking at where we're going and where we need to maybe make some changes. We got really serious this year about diving into operating expenses, and Jamie's going to go into that a little bit later. We looked at policy goals, so they're not just words on a page. They're things that we took seriously and used to guide us through our budget exercise throughout the last several months. And all of that with an eye towards sustaining that progress into the future for the years to come so that each year's budget gets even more refined and more meaningful. The budget puzzle is really simple. I think that's one of the things that we've seen over the last many months in dealing with the council and the financial stewardship work group is that while it's a complex budget, it's not complicated. We've got a budget that's made up of 3 main parts, capital expenses, operating expenses, and revenue. All that comes together to build the budget. So as we worked over the last few months with the financial stewardship work group and with our department heads, we had an eye on these 3 parts of the puzzle and how we're going to make the most sustainable and healthy budget that we can. So in capital expenses, some of the highlights, like we talked about, what's been going on, is that we finally identified the fact that, yes, we have a serious deferred maintenance problem, $100 million. The CIP this year, we talked a lot about it already, and we all agreed that the CIP is a priority. We planned our projects based on the need of what actually needed to be done. We've right-sized our project management capacity to make sure that what we say we're going to do in the next year from a CIP perspective, we can actually get done. That's a big part of the budget this year. And we've also recognized that design drives construction. When we look at multiple years of the CIP, we recognize now that as we design things, that means we're committing to future dollars. So it's a much more thorough and thoughtful way to look at capital expenses this year. Next up is operating expenses of the 3 puzzle pieces. This administration, including myself and all of my department heads and managers and leads, committed this year to serious fiscal discipline within our operating expenses. We had multiple meetings internally and with our financial stewardship work group to ensure transparency about what we were doing. We made meaningful spending cuts to help fund that CIP shortfall that we talked about, the $100 million in deferred maintenance, with an eye on maximizing the impact still using reduced resources. The third piece of the puzzle is the revenue. we continue to recognize that we need to find a sustainable way to continue operating the city in a way that serves its residents into the future. In order to build a healthy budget and make sure that it's realistic, Jamie and her team used very informed forecasting, and she'll talk a little bit about that. We took a hard look at our assumptions too. Everything we did this year was a focus on, have we been doing it the right way? So we looked at assumptions and how we build revenue. We also looked at the notion of every dollar counting. All ideas are welcome. It's not about all of the big swings for tax measures. Those are important too. But we've all been talking internally amongst ourselves. Are there things in any of our revenue generating areas that we can do to make them do better? So that maybe we'll see some upward trends in the future. So what did that result in? As you're going to see, what Jamie's going to talk about is we exceeded the policy goals. We didn't work towards exceeding the policy goals. We worked towards being responsible in the way we put together the budget this year. And when we hit enter on the calculator and the bottom number spit out, we realized, oh, we actually exceeded the policy goals just by being thoughtful and serious about the way we did this. There was increased transparency out throughout the last many months. Generally, the budget process actually started in February. So we've been working with the Financial Stewardship Work Group and coming to you already talking about things like CIP and revenues. We did gain a deeper grasp, I believe, of our operational needs, what they are this year and what they might be in the future. And I believe we have selected higher impact CIP projects that are going to show the community that the city is listening and wants to take care of the village long into the future. And again, the most important thing to me is that we've created momentum that I think we can carry into the future budgets to make sure that they continue to be thoughtful and meaningful and sustainable. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Jamie Fields, our finance manager, to introduce to you the fiscal year 2026-27 recommended budget.
Is that okay? Got it. First, I want to give a shout out to our amazing accountant, Jane Hogan, who stewards the budget process and produces the beautiful budget book that you've seen the first draft of. So thank you very much, Jane. And Jane is here writing down all of your questions because that's what we're doing tonight. So this is your first glance at the 26-27 budget. To give you an idea what the timeline is that we're going to present it tonight. Then we're going to have a period of time, really short, just based on the way schedules worked, to gather input, gather questions from the public, everybody that's online watching, just reading it at home, that sort of stuff. We're all going to get back here on the 12th of May and do a big workshop on this, in depth, and chew through it. So right now we want to get everybody's thoughts and questions in. And then after that workshop, we're going to put everything together and bring it back for a review and hopefully approval in the beginning of June in the normal meeting cycle. So budget process, just kind of update you on that. Each department manager analyzes their operations and the needs of the city and comes up with their own operating plan. Revenues are then forecast using all the available information and indicators that we can find. A new step added this year was that those preliminary assumptions and plans were discussed with the Financial Stewardship Work Group. Actually, we did that last year, but we continued that and expanded on those ideas. The focus this year was cutting operating costs in order to fund deferred maintenance needs. The proposed budget presented tonight continues with a more aggressive methodology for revenue forecasting that we started with last year, but it also scales back operating plans. The result is revenue projected of $39.1 million, including property taxes of 9.7, sales taxes 11.2, transient occupancy tax of 9.7, and other revenue of 8.5. Expenditures is $41.3 million, including general fund operating 29.3, debt of $500,000, pension of $3 million, and capital projects of 8.5. As expenditures are larger than revenues, the budget is using $2.2 million of the prior year's accumulated fund balance in order to fund those expenditures, unless additional revenues are found or reductions are identified. We'll get into that. So some highlights in the budget. According to the current city policy, operational expenditures and capital expenses are to be funded wholly from the city's projected revenues at a split of 90-10. There are no new revenue sources anticipated in this budget, and operating expenditures have been cut. But looking at this in more detail, the current city policy of 90-10 Revenue forecasts continue to be more aggressive than they've been in the past. Operational expenditures have been cut. The result is that operating expenditures consume 84% of the budgeted revenues, compared to the policy maximum of 90%. We're within our policy guidelines. At the same time, capital improvement plans resulted in budget expenditures for this year that consume 22% of our revenues. And so 84 plus 22 is more than 100%. That's how we are going into a potential digging into the fund balance. But again, that capital projects number is based on the $100 million deferred maintenance goal. So 2.2 million of fund balance is being utilized to help fund these excess expenditures. Now, cost cutting. The cuts have been made to reach 84% are significant, and we're going to talk about them in a minute, but it's important to note in addition to cuts, while there are a number of positions being added, those positions being added are being offset by assumptions like no new COLA increases. So just to kind of dig in on that, what are all these cuts? We're slowing down the digitizing and other projects. We're trimming back the tree program a little bit. We're reducing landscaping expenditures. We're scaling back climate initiatives. We're decreasing holiday event spending. And then again, we're looking for cuts of 10% across all of our contracts. So these are guidelines that all the departments have been focusing on to try and accumulate a total savings to operating costs. Lastly, the other thing we're going to see in the budget, the budget contemplates setting aside a portion of fund balance for a housing trust fund. So those are the highlights, but I want to get into the detail. Revenues at a glance. The budget for revenues continues to rely on the three-legged stool of sales tax, property tax, and transient occupancy tax. Together, these three revenue sources represent 79% of anticipated revenues to be collected in the coming year. Charges for services can be, which is based on the fee schedule that we were looking at earlier, seek to recover costs, but can never bring in a surplus. The current year budget of 3.6 for charges for services includes the implementation of the fee schedule, a continuation of service activity at its same volumes as the current year, the receipt of supplemental funding from the AMR contract that's being signed for our out-of-area ambulance services. Other things in the other revenue, there are things like business licenses, franchise taxes, transportation taxes, interest revenue. So that's. But looking at the major revenue sources, property taxes assume a reliable, steady growth of 2.5% over the estimated actual for this year. Sales and Measure C taxes are predicted for 1.8% increase over the estimated actual as the city works with its advisors to monitor consumer spending patterns and changes. And remember, a lot of cities are seeing a lot of weakness in this area. We're forecasting for growth, but this is what they're forecasting for us. TOT assumes an optimistic projection due to expected boost to visitor volume, and like the international travelers for the FIFA World Cup. So we have growth in all of our revenue projections. Expenses. So the total expenses that we have in the budget is 41.3. Here's the four main categories. There's 18.1 million of employees and employee-related, 14.1 million of community-related, which is mostly services being provided by outside contractors, 8.5 million of capital project outlay, and then $500,000 of debt as we pay down those sunset bonds, which is minimal. Expenditures. Salary costs are budgeted lower this year than they have been in the past as the city continues to look for ways to improve efficiencies. Outside service costs have been increased as maintenance programs have been implemented. Liability insurance and unfunded pension costs have increased by mandated amounts, and capital outlay costs have increased as we try to implement our big long-term deferred maintenance addressing plan. Another way to look at expenditures is by department. We see that after the total cost of capital project expenditures, police, fire, and public works top the list as the largest expenditures in the city. In general, Costs are rising across the city's operations. Salaries and benefits. Of the 18.1 million employee costs noted earlier, 3 million of that is due to the unfunded pension liability that we have to make a payment on, and 15 million of it is current salaries and benefits. And while the primary growth in salaries and benefits occurred in police and public works due to filling of new positions, in other words, that's where some of the stronger spending is in this year, in those areas, because we're filling positions and we're creating a few more, but just a few. In total, the change in FTE this year is 1.5. And what we're doing is we're trying to be smart about that. We're shifting around from this kind of position to a different kind of position to hopefully utilizing people more and diversifying their operating and maybe saving a little money. So it's going up slightly, but creatively. Operating budget. After salaries and benefits, services and supplies are the largest category of operating expenditures, and this is where we have fire and ambulance costs. They represent respectively 26% and 16% of services and supplies. When you put that together with the police, we're spending 35% of operating expenditures on those safety features. Also included in here are the citywide insurance costs of $1.4 million and the economic development costs of $1.2 million. And just a quick glance, as we discussed previously, the city's deferred maintenance backlog is approximately $100 million. The first year of the next 5-year CIP plan is to spend a budget of 8.5, and that grows to between 9 and 12 in the coming 4 years. As mentioned in the beginning, the city is anticipating spending more than the revenue received in order to accomplish its 8.5 million list of projects. So a brief minute to talk about fund balance. The challenge for this budget and future budgets is that the current revenues are not sufficient to cover the operating levels that we have designed for ourselves and fully fund the capital projects plan. As a result, in order to maintain all of the expenditures we want, the city must tap into the unassigned fund balance this year by 2.2 million. Another thing we're going to do with fund balance is we're proposing to set aside 1 million of available fund balance and assign it to the Housing Trust Fund. And that's not an expense, but it does make your available fund balance smaller. So tonight we saw the overview, that was it. And now we're going to look at gathering questions up. What are we seeing? What are we thinking? And then what we plan to do is bring all those questions back on May 12 to go through the question and answer. We'll actually present all the questions and answers ahead of time, and then dig in the budget workshop to a deeper analysis of all of these and a much longer presentation. And so for everybody, we have a special email just for getting questions in, which is budget@ci.carmel.ca.us. So you can just mail your questions into it, and we'll catch them and get them together and answered and published. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead.
I have a couple of really basic questions. On slide 18, I think.
Oh, man. Got to put the page numbers on.
Yep.
Oh, which one was slide 18?
Slide 18 is major revenues performance.
Thank you.
I think it's slide 18. Yeah. So quick just question. I see the TOT number goes down from 24-25 to 25-26. And I'm not asking you to tell me why. I'm asking you to go back and check it, because that seems unusual to me.
No, actually, we were told by industry groups at the time that they were forecasting a decrease in TOT based on assumptions that they were making. We actually budgeted for a larger amount than what they had talked about as a potential decrease, but they didn't realize that decrease. So this
Well,
is
let me ask the question this way. Fiscal year, I'm looking at the column that says fiscal year. God, it's really hard not to lean back in this chair. Fiscal year 25-26 estimated actual. TOT says 9,526, blah, blah, blah. What's the number in the budget, the 25-26 budget for that column? Is that what you have right there?
9.1. Yes, we were being conservative in that year because we were told there was a concern that it would be a decrease, but we did not realize a decrease.
Yeah, I don't have my, I don't have all that material from yesterday, but did the triennial, the somewhat quarterly budget review show this? Like, that this is like equal to, like, does this 9,526 number, does it comport with what you're hearing from industry, or does it comport with what we've experienced in the first 2 quarters of this year?
It's based on what we're experiencing. Yeah, so we're trying to look at what's in the bank, and we're trying to speculate for the rest of the year.
Okay.
But certainly we can do more research on it.
The budget for this year
Was 9.1.
9.1.
Okay. It's just, it seems unusual to me that the number's going down. That's what caught my eye. So the second question is, so on slide 24, which is 6 slides from here. I just want to be sure I understand, not that slide. That slide. I just want to make sure I understand. So ambulance now shows up on the plus side and the minus side. Like, we get some revenues from the ambulance, right?
Yeah.
Because we collect some money.
Yeah.
And then we spend some money.
Yeah.
That's right.
And is this the sum of both numbers?
No.
Or is this is only the expenditure side?
Yes.
Only the expenditures.
Okay.
So in the services revenue is the revenue from ambulance. And that's what we were kind of
Yeah,
talking
I just want
about.
to make sure that that's what this number is.
So this is the total cost of running that ambulance.
That we pay,
Right.
we write a check
Mm-hmm.
to Monterey Fire for.
For example, this is the cost of Public Works, but it doesn't include like the fees that Public Works pulls in or anything like that. This is just the cost of all these things specifically. Yeah.
So
Why is this so low?
Okay, and then I'll just ask my other question right now since I have the floor. Back on slide 15, so 9 slides earlier. I don't.
What is it, revenue?
Keep
Oh, I
going.
know, this one, huh?
3 more. 1, 2, 3, no, one other one. No, another one. I'm not really doing a very good job of this. Well, slide 15 is the slide that says highlights, oh wait, you're pretty close. No, now go the other way.
I bet you it's this one.
Yeah, that slide. So my question, which again, I don't need an answer for today, is I'd like to see some detail on all these bullet items.
Okay.
Like what it means.
Got it.
Like what is reducing, trimming back the tree program? Does that mean we're gonna plant 50 trees instead of 500 trees? Like what are the words behind, what's the detail behind, like, I'm interested in the first 5 items. I don't know maybe the first 6 items.
Yeah,
Like,
makes
that's
sense.
That's
Got it.
what I would like to see.
Thank you.
Like a paragraph or 2 on each of them.
Good,
Okay.
got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with those 6. Go ahead.
This is questions, right? These are questions,
Yes,
not-
sir.
Yeah.
Are these questions?
We're writing these down.
But are these questions to come back with? Got it. Do we want to do public comment before that?
Let's do questions.
Questions on the presentation as opposed to
Yes. Yes.
questions
Yeah, yeah.
that, right, you see what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
difference is because.
We can take either. I mean, certainly questions on the presentation would be most helpful to start with.
I mean, what Jeff just did is a question.
I had 2 questions on the presentation and 1 question.
I have no questions on the presentation.
Okay.
I've got 2 questions
Go
for the
ahead.
presentation. Thank you, Jamie. So I had some questions about this 115 unfunded liability trust, and the city's proposing 1 million that in the past went to the trust, and it's going to the housing trust, which we have to set up. The state requires that. So my questions are multiple. Is this for just 1 year only, or is it every year we're putting 1 million into the housing trust?
Well, so we're only talking about 1 year's budget. So if the city council wanted to do a resolution and make a multi-year commitment, that's probably a different
But that was the rest of
project. So, but this is a way to get started.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so my question was, do we need a resolution even to do it for the 1 year? Or is that, how do we,
When you adopt the budget, you do it via resolution, so
Okay.
it would include that.
okay. And then my next one, it's kind of a question, it piggybacks a little bit yesterday when we were talking. Hans mentioned that we as city council members are not employees, and so it's on slide 22, it's the one that's called salaries and benefits budget. So I think this is just sort of a question, just goes to inform the public and certainly our city employees as well, because we're hearing that they're not getting new COLAs. And so this is just to sort of let everyone know informationally. So we've got $50,000 set aside for city council, and technically we don't get salaries, it's a stipend. And looking up the definition of stipend, it says it's a fixed sum of money provided to cover expenses. It's not a payment for work performed. And council members get $150 a month and the mayor gets $200. So when you add up all that, it's $9,600. So out of that $50,000, and you know, speaking of COLAs, like that 150 was set in 1983. It has not had any kind of an inflationary adjustment. It would equal $497 in today's dollars. So the whole point of what I'm kind of asking and stating is just, I know it's called a salary and it's not really a salary. I know you can't create a special column for us for council, but just so the public knows. It's sort of, and so that also our employees sort of understand.
It's really interesting because it's always been on this and it's always been in the count, but you bring up a good point. That's really a different animal. And actually, it'd be an interesting question. Are we counting that as in our things when the rest of the world is counting how many employees?
Right.
So I think we can research that too.
Okay.
And understand it.
Got it, thanks.
Go ahead.
I definitely agree with that comment. I think, you know, we often hear a lot, 100 employees in 1 square mile, and, right now I think it's 92-ish, but it's actually really 87. And I think that's actually a meaningful difference. So
As a percentage.
I would change that. So there was on the CIP budget, in this budget, it says $560,000 for the Vista Lobos electrical panel and EV infrastructure. I feel like yesterday we saw $295,000. And so I'm just trying to reconcile those two numbers.
Okay. That one I will have to research. So it's Vista Lobos electrical panel upgrade?
Yes.
Got it. Maybe something about carryover amounts.
It might also be related as a thing to the fact that some of the net that you're talking about comes from a CCCE grant. And that's accounted for
Separately.
But the 295 was before the rebate.
We'll get you the answer.
Thank you. The other one was, and I got this question from a constituent, we have about $44 million of money in different fund balances, right, ish. This was as of June 2025. Sorry, as of June 2025. So mid-40s, $40-ish million. And I feel like yesterday, did you say that our interest income was it $450,000? Is that what the?
So we are putting an adjustment to the budget for $450,000.
It's an adjustment to the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly right.
Okay, okay. I guess this will be a question to go in the workshop, but if you could give us just like the total interest income that we're earning on the $40-ish million. And then we've talked about this a bit in FSW, but again, was a constituent question. I think it's a decent question. If there's a way to just kind of outline what those dollars, the city has $40-ish million sitting in different bank accounts, et cetera, what those funds are invested in, just so people have a sense of like the return profile and some of the constraints on, hey, these monies cannot be invested in like a Vanguard money market mutual fund, right? Like, I think that would be helpful for us to understand. So
That's a great question, and we'll put it in the budget Q&A, but for anybody that doesn't want to wait, it's in the ACFR that we presented last week, or last meeting or the meeting before. It's somewhere around page 74. There's a footnote, and it lays it all out.
Great.
And I did ask Jamie about this, and we're 125% above what you had expected, correct, on the income?
We are significantly above. The trick is that we budget for interest income and investment market change in the same line. So it's a little bit confusing because interest income, like the adjustment we booked, is what we actually have realized, regardless of unrealized market fluctuation. So, yeah.
It's all good. Go ahead.
Jamie, I'm not sure what slide it would be on, but last night we were talking about the fact that we will have projects that were in this year's CIP that are not going to be finished to probably a couple of $1 million. Does that show up in any of your, so I think we got to figure that one out, because the reality is what we're planning to spend on CIP next year is this roughly $8 million, but we still have another $2 million of projects that we didn't finish this year. And that starts to get big. And again, we can have this conversation later about our capacity to really get that done, especially given some turnover in public works that I think we got to ask that question again. But I think we also need a better way to show that when we're looking, I know you say, well, that's appropriated last year. It's last year, and that's how government works. I understand that. But I still think we could show it somehow better.
Yeah.
And I'll take a look. And we may actually have it in the budget book, because I know we had drafted schedules both ways. So, but we'll certainly bring it back to the next presentation.
I haven't looked yet, so, yeah.
And you had agreed last night to break it out separately.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we already
Yeah,
covered that.
I think it's easier. I think it may be in the budget book, there may be a table for what's being anticipated to be carried over, and there's another table for the new.
Yeah.
So, but we want to be clear that the new is the decision you're making today, and that's what's going to impact your fund balance. The fund balance is already spent for what's carried over. So,
Thank you. And really, a really good presentation.
Yes.
thank you. I know.
Yeah, well, it's crisp, it's understandable. Thank you.
All right.
Good.
Questions are still allowed after tonight, correct?
Lots and lots.
Okay,
We're
good.
waiting for them.
All right, good. So I think that's all from us, so let's do public comment.
Good evening. Nancy Toomey here. My question, I guess, is this budget process here talks a lot about the 90-10, and I agree with Jeff's call-outs here. I would love to understand what goes behind the expenditure cuts as well, so that's a great ask. But I thought also the ask was to do a 90-10 and a 85-15, and I don't see any reference to that here. Was that postponed? Was that decided to not be that aggressive, to just, continue to settle in with this 90-10 model? So just would like to understand that. Yeah, and I think other than that, it's just the original comment that I made, that I'd like to understand what goes behind those operating expenditure cuts, because some of those, I know we're looking to be more thrifty and make some hard decisions, so I get that. And, we pay you guys all the big bucks that you were just talking about to help us do that. But there might be some items in there that there could be a lot of pushbacks, but understanding what goes into that is critical for at least us to provide you feedback that you will do with as you see fit. So thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Mayor, just quickly, maybe while the next speaker's coming up, the question about the 85-15 was a good one. The reason we didn't do a presentation on 85-15 because we're currently at 84.
Right.
So we beat that
So-
policy goal. That was kind of the idea.
So there's no sense in doing a what-if because we hit it already.
Yep.
Good evening. Carrie Tice. I recognize the work being done by the staff and the committee have definitely fine-tuned the budget and you have a better product. It's really good work. We recognize this meeting is more for questions and not discussion. So in that vein, you pointed out, Jamie pointed out 8.5 million in capital projects. Is that basically 85% of your goal you want to achieve, looking at the 10 million that the financial committee is asking? So that's pretty good if we're there. So I want a little more explanation than that. And I agree with the comment of carrying over another 2 million in capital projects, which leads to the question of staff capacity. I totally agree. I asked that question in my tenure. I think it's a huge issue, especially now that we're losing some staff. That's important staff that are gonna affect, especially the capital project issue. So I would like at the meeting next week to have a better sense of staff capacity, and especially within the capital project arena. So the question is, you may have more dollars to spend, but can you do it? Thank you.
Thank you, great question. Do you want to attempt to answer any of that now, Brandon?
I can, and we'll still put it in the budget book. I mean, the question about capacity comes to, we have proposed in this budget to add more people to our project management team, to create a project management structure the city has never had before. That was one of my slides talking about looking at executing what the city actually wants to get done in a year, and do we have the right staffing for that? And that's part of what this budget does this year.
And we just covered that we're actually carrying over 2 million, so we will really have
It's
10
really
million
about
to
10.
do this year.
Yeah.
And then the question is, can we do it? All right, anybody else? I don't believe that we don't have one person online with a question. Still nobody? All right. All right, we'll bring it back. Do you guys anybody want to have a discussion anymore? Or?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have comments on the discussion we might have had a couple of hours ago about the Chamber of Commerce visit Carmel and
Make sure you're close to your mic.
the Chamber of Commerce, the visit Carmel, and the See Monterey. And apologies, I'm gonna have to put my comments back together since we're a couple of hours later. I'll start by saying, I'll start, about addressing this problem. Maybe I'm a little premature in using that word. And I'll kind of riff on the word day trippers that Councilmember Booter used. And, over the course of, and Carrie, since he's here, will remember that 8 years ago when I started and Carrie was a few years in, we used to hear the word day trippers a lot. And I don't agree with the sentiment. I don't agree with the day tripper sentiment. I think that we manage the beach for the benefit of the entire California community, and it's not our beach. It's not the hotel guest beach. It's California's beach, and that's what we get by choosing to live here. So I don't harbor any ill will. I want to be clear that I don't harbor any ill will towards day trippers, and they're part of our community. But I think what we're hearing now, the conversation has sort of shifted over the course of the past few years from day trippers to impact. And now what we're hearing is, we're hearing about the dirt, and I hear a lot about the congestion. My congestion meter is walking across Ocean Avenue at Camino Real, which is my sort of normal dog walking route at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And now on a typical Thursday, like Thursday of last week when I did this, there are downtown cars parked on my block. So I'm 2 blocks down from Monte Verde, which is in front of this street, pretty far from downtown. And I have cars lined up on my block, between, on both sides of Ocean. And I'm not kind of grousing about it, but I'm noting that the congestion, the impact of the congestion it seems to be greater now than it has been in the past, you know, and so my measure is the parking, and, you know, and I walk, so I don't really care about the parking, but everybody in town seems to have a sort of a different measure of impact. And when you talk to people, everybody has their impact, and the combined effect of these impacts is a pretty big sense of sort of unease or loss or some version of that. And I think when I make these comments, like that's what I talk about. And you know, Amy got up and talked about what, you know, the presentation was about what Carmel City's contribution to Visit Carmel does. Like, we give Visit Carmel $120,000 a year, or whatever that number might be this year. And the presentation was about what our money gets us. And to me, the problem is framed incorrectly. Like, I'm not interested in what, like, the question of what the city government pays Visit Carmel to get particular services. Like, that's not the question I'm asking. Like, I feel that, you know, all of the stakeholders in the Carmel community owe something to the Carmel community. And I feel like that includes the hotels and the restaurants. And so I'm a little miffed when it sounds like, when the presentation makes it seem like it's pay to play, when, you know, the whole presentation is about what we get for our money. When what I'm really interested in is what Visit Carmel or what the hotel community can do to help with these impacts. Like, I'm not interested in I'm really not that interested, you know, $100,000 is just not a lot of money. And I'm not really interested in, you know, I'm not particularly interested in that. Like, we could take, you know, $30,000, you know, from the Visit Carmel money that we give them, that they send to the visitor center. We could just do that on our own. Like, there's no reason for the city to use Visit Carmel as a middleman to give $30,000 back to the Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center, which is the number in that line. You know, in the presentation. And what I'd like to see, you know, what I'd like to see for our $120,000 or whatever it is, or just goodwill, because because the hotel community is a member of our community, is an effort that's greater than $120,000 to help the community with the impacts that we're all experiencing here. Whether it's parking, whether it's pedestrian congestion, whether it's trash, whether it's the lack of bathrooms, you know, because we have more guests now, and we're hearing, you know, Jack Galante sending all of his customers to write us the same form letter over and over again. And so I'm looking for this solution. You know, I feel like we have this partner, and I hope that we can find through this budget process or some other process a solution to the impacts that doesn't involve like dollars and cents. Like, I think the dollars and cents, like, we operate on good faith. We operate on good faith, you know, that we have a partner. And what I got from the presentation was quid pro quo. Like, you give us this money and this is what we give you back. And it didn't sit particularly well with me. And I'm sorry I didn't get to make this comment when Amy was here. Rob O'Keefe talked about hotel assessments, and I don't understand, and this is a question for later, I know, whether, you know, who pays the hotel assessment. But Rob O'Keefe talked about, you know, we had a conversation about occupancy rates and, you know, 80% overall versus, you know, 50% during the winter. And, you know, a lot of people here, me included, you know, think that the off season is a time for us. You know, that that the residents here get to experience a little bit less of a visitor load. And so the impacts that we see The parking that I was talking about, or the trash, or especially the congestion downtown, sort of goes away during the winter. And as we've always talked about trying to fill the beds during the winter, which I think is just an impossibility given the weather situation here. But we've always talked about that, and I'm not sure I don't know the answer to that question of whether that vision of increasing the occupancy rate during the winter really aligns with those words that we're a residential community. Like, I'm unclear as to how those things work together. That really troubles me. And so those are my comments on the three presentations this afternoon. And then my only other comment for the budget, which I think I make every year, I see Beth Bowman's on here, but she didn't make comments. The only other comment I make every year is we give Sunsets, we have a lease with the Sunset Center organization. We give them $700,000 a year, and it says what we do and what they're supposed to do. And one of the things that the Sunset Center organization is supposed to do is raise an endowment for the upkeep of the Sunset Center. And every year, we have some different version of the same conversation about why it's not possible. And it's getting kind of tiring to, Carrie's over there nodding her head. I think we had this conversation 8 years ago or 7 years ago when I first joined the council, and we're back in the same place. And now there's an excuse that the lease is expiring and we don't think we can raise money, and because of that we don't know if we're going to be around, and yada yada yada. And I'd like to use this budget process. I believe that they are, in technical violation of the lease by not doing this, or not providing reports to us on why they can't do it or where this process is. I truly believe that they are somewhat in violation of the lease. And I think that we need to figure this out, because I think that this, Bob and Hans talk about deferred liability and all that, on our buildings, and that's a way to address, the sort of recurring costs that we have in sort of upkeeping of the building. And so I hope that during this process, we can, during the next month, we can kind of figure out what we're going to do about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Jeff. I sent a photo to Carrie a while ago that just basically saying, look, you all are here to advocate for money in a budget. Right now, the budget as proposed has $750,000 for the Sunset Center, $292 for Sea Monterey, $120 for Visit Carmel, and $60 for the Chamber. So that's what's in the budget, and that's coming out of some discussions that got us this far. Doesn't mean it's going to be there by the end of the month, but the starting point it's there. And yeah, when I look at 1.22 million in what we call economic development, the fact that 750 of that is the Sunset Center gives me a lot more heartburn than the other numbers, and I do agree. I want to really echo Jeff's comments on impact. Perhaps I was inarticulate last night when I was griping a little bit about tourism. He just said, he did a better job of saying what I was really trying to say. The lodgers, you assess yourself, you do marketing. My question is the success of your marketing and the success of driving tourism in our market, is it having an impact? Several people today have said I'm just reacting to anecdotes, and that's true. It's anecdotal, but it's significant. And that's what Jeff just said. And, I just want to. We got to work together on this impact thing a little bit more. And so the other reality is we really are trying to devote more money to capital so that we can improve the product that we all enjoy. And the tourism industry I think we'll do better when our city is cleaner and brighter and better maintained. But more importantly, I think our residents will really, really appreciate it. And besides that, if we don't do it, it's going to completely fail. I mean, it's been ignored for too long. It's fallen apart. It's just, it's nearing the end of its useful life. In some extent, something like a PlayStation, it is beyond its useful life. So the challenge that I'd put to Chamber, visit Carmel, and to some extent, see Monterey, is do you really need all the money you're asking for? Because if you don't, we sure could put it to good use. And, you know, that's just a conversation I'd love to have. Other things that I think we should talk about, and these will be quick. The 115 Trust, we have over $5.5 million. The 115 Trust is money that we've socked away for the last 5 years to essentially give us a reserve against our unfunded pension liability, which is a much bigger number than that, but it's really something that we can have in the bank for the unexpected or to smooth our payments out over time. Hans and I both were copied on an email today suggesting somewhat the obvious, which Jeff has said before. We are paying currently 6.8% interest to CalPERS for that on that unfunded liability, which is maddening, right? Whereas we have that $5 million invested in the bank, and maybe we're making half, 3%, half that. Just good judgment would say, why don't we just take the $5 million that's in the trust, where we're earning 3%, and pay down $5 million worth of our debt, our unfunded liability, because it's just better economic sense. I think maybe the reason we haven't done that in the past is lack of trust, and you know, just giving more money to the people that made the mistakes in the first place. But I'm not sure that matters. So I just think it's something we need. It's a conversation we should have. The housing trust at $1 million. I'm just going to want to understand what obligation. I know we made some sort of obligation in a housing element to the state, but is that obligation at that level? And do we really have to put $1 million into it right now? And it's just really wanting to understand that. But it's also Allissandra's question. Are we committing to doing this every year? And what will we spend the money on? Good, Hanson. I think we should consider some policy changes. Good on the staff for getting us to 85%. So 85% of our revenue, or we can only spend, policy says we can only spend 90% of this year's revenue on this year's operating expenses. We've gotten it to 85. Sounds like it might be time to change the policy to 85. CIP, this is more just some language. I think we should consider a change in the language of the policy, because what we say is, actually, the capital outlay expenditures are to be at least 10% of revenue. And then we go on to claim it's going to be 22% of revenue, but that's because we're digging into fund balance. This is a nuance, but I think what we really want to be saying is that at least 10% of this year's revenue must be spent on capital. Maybe it's even must be spent on capital this year, right? So it's just it's a difference, and I can see maybe that you're not understanding it. And then if we take the other to 15, sorry, yeah, if we take the other to 85, this could go to 15. I mean, we just let's keep the momentum going. That's it. Thanks.
Well, this one's quite a grab bag, so I'll try to hit all the topics. You know, I think I'm going to wait on some of the budget conversation until the budget workshop, but I just wanted to stop and pause and step back and recognize the staff and honestly, the council too, for we just got a budget that came in at 84% of revenue for operating expenses, and I think that's something to celebrate. And I think that, if you, again, like I said it yesterday, but basically when this council was seated, we had a budget in place that was operating expenses were 100% of revenue. And so now we're at 84%. In actual dollars, it translates into about $6 million, right? And so, I think it is a real achievement. So I think we need to hear, obviously we've had the benefit, Bob, of understanding more about what those proposed operating expense cuts are. And I completely agree that that's a gap in this presentation, and that the public and the council need to have much more granular understanding of what that is. But assuming that folks can get comfortable with that, I do feel like moving towards like an 85-15 policy in light of us needing to be spending $10 million a year on deferred maintenance, I think that that's a really wise idea. In a similar vein, we recently, and again, thanks to Brandon's kind of entrepreneurial spirit, he identified an extra $700,000 a year in ambulance revenue. Essentially, we weren't charging, were we charging anything? We were charging nothing when our ambulance went outside of the city. And so now we get, $2,000 a trip? $2,000 per trip. And so we're expecting $700,000 of, net new revenue, kind of basically it's found money. It's like I call it windfall ambulance revenue. And so because it's found money, I believe that we should do our best to kind of create a policy. I think we should create a policy that just let's just prevent it from even going into the rest of the general fund. Just earmark it right off the top and say, we are going to devote this $700,000 to capital improvement projects and deferred maintenance. The next one that came up was the Section 115 trust. I feel like that would be worth, agendizing as a standalone topic at some point, just so we could debate it. Having just looked at this in some detail, the one benefit to the Section 115 trust, and obviously you mentioned this before, is it can smooth our budget impact. So obviously, if the market goes down, the UAL payment goes up, right? There's some smoothing that CalPERS does, but it can jump up pretty fast, pretty quick. We just ran a scenario where it can jump from like 6% of revenue, 7% of revenue now to could go even up to 12% in a really significant extreme downside scenario. That's a lot of money in nominal dollars, and you could burn through $5 million pretty quick in a scenario like that. So at the same time, basically it's a kind of like an insurance policy, because it's the delta in what we're foregoing on interest is about like $150,000 a year, I think. So it costs us about $150,000 a year to have this bank of $5.5 million a year to be able to kind of knock the top off of the spike in that UAL payment in a downside scenario. So I think that would be a good conversation for us to have at some point. I have some comments about specific capital projects, but I'm going to defer those until the budget workshop. On the Sunset Center, I think I'm a little bit less, the $750,000, it's a significant amount of money compared to the size of our budget. So let's just stipulate that. I think I would just prefer to approach the whole issue a little bit more with kind of like, hey, you guys are our partner. And, instead of going back to them and saying, hey, you're like not complying with the lease or trying to do belt and suspenders, they really do provide a lot for the community. And I think that they just brought on a new development person, and I think they're trying to do the right thing. As you mentioned, they're concerned, or however we want to characterize it, they're concerned about the length of time left on the lease impacting their ability to raise money. And so to me, that creates alignment. So I feel like we could go back, and my preferred solution is to go and recast the lease and to say, hey, let's not even wait until the end of the lease. Let's just like recast it right now. And that gives them the additional terms so that their donors have more predictability and confidence that they're going to be the group. And then what we could do is, I think the right way to do this is just to create an actual step down in a lease that sort of weans them off of at least some of that subsidy from the city. I think that's the cleanest way to do it, as opposed to just say, hey, take your best shot at it, and it just creates all these challenges. So, and then the last topic that came up was the concerns about over tourism and over marketing, and we do increasingly hear those concerns from residents. I think that's kind of in the water right now locally, and I guess to go back to some of Jeff's comments, I think I view it a little bit differently. Like, I really do feel like there's a difference between overnight guests and day trippers. So, we only have like 950 hotel rooms in town. I don't feel like increasing the occupancy on those hotel rooms, I don't think we're gonna feel that in a material way. It's just not that many hotel rooms compared to the number of visitors that we get here. And so, I don't harbor any ill will towards day trippers, and I have no interest in like discouraging people from coming, to the beach. I think that the question is like, should we be proactively advertising to them, right? Like to me, that's the question. And there's a slide, Nova, I had a slide on this, if you could help me maybe pull that up.
Historical thing.
Yeah. So Bob made a comment about, and both of you honestly, to some extent, about how, what we have is kind of anecdotal, right? So it's Jeff and how many people he encounters when he crosses, Ocean Avenue, and I forget, cars. And I forget what Bob's metric was, but I was talking to Amy Herzog about this over the phone earlier today, and we both agreed, like, we don't have a great metric for just like people in town. And maybe somebody who's smarter than me or is involved in this could help us think about what that metric is. So we don't have a metric on, I'd say like that's kind of like the output, but we do have a metric on a part of the input. Because one of the things we hear from people is, hey, you're over marketing the city. And I've always said, well, are we? Like, I don't know what the data is on that. And so it was interesting to look at some of the, historical financials that Visit Carmel shared with us. And if you go back to 2020, they're obviously the organization has grown substantially. Back in 2020, they were still only getting 1%. I'm going to call it 1% of TOT. I know that's not the correct way to talk about it, but effectively 1% of what we think of as TOT. That increased in 2021 to 2%, which obviously raised their revenue. So their revenue has grown from like $660,000 in 2020 to $2.3 million in 2025, which is like 250% growth. And the other piece, I guess if you slip to the next slide, Nova. So their marketing budget has grown from $325,000 in 2020. And I don't know if the folks downstairs, if you could just make sure that this is on the YouTube, that would be helpful. In 2025, that jumped to $1.8 million. And so we do have some data on the input side of the equation, which is, yes, like we quantitatively are spending significantly more on marketing, right? It's like 450% growth over 5 or 6 years, right? And so you heard Patricia Qualls earlier talk about, oh, well, my friends in Boston and New York, all of a sudden they're talking about Carmel. It's in their social media. They're seeing it. Anecdotally, we hear that in like the Bay Area too, right? And so I guess that's a long-winded way of bringing me to my main focus, which is sort of in line with my comments to Amy. I'm really interested in having a conversation about how we can make sure that this spending is truly like as targeted as possible. Because I think for me, like I don't have a problem with targeting the overnight visitors. Like when C. Monterey, when he told me 80% of that money is targeted towards, fly-in market, that was very comforting to me. The concern that I have is that we may be, to some extent, trying to target folks that could be overnight visitors, but that there's just a lot of leakage. And so with this substantial increase in marketing over this period of time, that it's had the kind of unintended consequence of just attracting a lot of people that are just going to come for the day, et cetera, and kind of anecdotally what we've been seeing. And I will be 100% candid that like I have not been going to these Visit Carmel board meetings, and I'll totally own that. It's kind of a hard time of day for me at like school pickup, but I would like to, and I would love for us to have like a real conversation, like Bob and Jeff said. And for me, it's less about mitigating impacts. It's about how can we be more targeted in the spending, if it's even possible, to be more targeted in the spending so that we have fewer of those impacts to begin with. And while we're still achieving the revenue that we both, are aligned on, so.
Thank you, and I'm sure they'd love to have that conversation with you, and you should go to a meeting. I wish they recorded, but they don't. Brandon, is this an appropriate time to talk about what we've been doing with the Sunset Center situation, or do you want to do it at a different time?
No,
Okay.
probably shouldn't.
But we are.
Yeah.
Everything you said.
Yeah,
is-
we're
I
looking,
agree with.
we're looking into it.
Yes, in a
Yeah.
serious way, not just looking into it. So, great discussion. Oh, you haven't had a chance? Oh, my goodness. All right, we'll go. I
Thanks.
certainly want to hear what you have to say.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Certainly, I appreciate, Jeff, your thoughtful comment on tourism and its impact in this whole over-tourism and over-marketing, and we're hearing it from a lot of people. We're seeing it, we're experiencing it, and there's no question something is different, and it is changing, and it's having a negative impact, for sure. And regarding spending on the city and tourism and marketing, Bob, I wholeheartedly agree with the comments you made last night. It has been excessive, and it has resulted in over-tourism. And the two groups that are doing the marketing at times can appear to be insensitive to this impact and the wishes and needs of the residents. And Jeff, as you just mentioned, I want to remind everyone of Ordinance 96 and why it's on the wall behind us. It states that we are a residential community, primarily first and foremost, with business and commerce second and subordinate, and the over-tourism is undermining the foundation of Ordinance 96. As regarding to the asks that the three groups are interested in, I'm okay with the chamber at 60,000. And Hans, I appreciate all the effort you did in putting together those numbers that we got from Visit Carmel. Their bank account has $923,000, and right now they're asking us for $90,000. That still seems like a lot. And C. Monterey wants 3% of the TOT, which is almost $300,000. I think that also seems like a lot. Our deferred maintenance needs need to be resolved as they impact the look and the feel of our town. We're talking about our streets, the beach, and our city buildings. If these are in disrepair and continue to be in bad shape, it makes our village less appealing and lowers everyone's quality of life, and that applies to visitors and residents who will benefit if we can get these deferred maintenance issues resolved. And it's going to take at least 10 years with $10 million. I'll probably just save the rest of the budget comments for when we have our budget workshop.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, after hearing, one minute, after hearing the four of you speak, I would like to, I'm looking at Carrie when I say this. My comments are not about people. I think that, you know, having people in town is great. You know, I think we live in a beautiful spot, and I think we all, I'll speak for all of us. I think we all like sharing that. I think everybody here likes sharing that. It's really directed towards the impacts of the people. You know, Rob made a comment about removing the car from Carmel, and I remember Brandon talking about that a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago. And I think that's the kind of thing. You know, obviously I'm the anti-car guy, so that's appealing to me. But there are five of us, and I don't know what makes everybody's eyes light up here. But I think I'm talking about impacts, not people. Just to be clear. Thank you.
All right, one last thing. Paid parking hasn't come up yet. That's on the June agenda.
Yes, sir.
So that is part of how to monetize the people that are coming here. So we're going to have an interesting discussion on that in June, right? Would you agree, Brandon, that we're sort of missing that?
Yes, sir.
As part of this discussion? All right, good. Thank you very much. That was interesting discussion. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you. And just so everyone knows, remembers, we're collecting questions. So any council members that had additional questions, I think Councilmember Booter mentioned some CIP questions. If you guys want to email those to us, we'll make sure they get answered and prepared for the upcoming workshop.
What happens if we're a day or two late?
We'll make sure we do our best to answer the questions still. Yeah.
And the meeting's going to happen as well.
Yeah.
All right, great. Let me get my notes. We've got one more item. I know. Yeah, well, we have a closed session. Item 4 is Car Week 2026 Parking Management Good Routes, Inc. Revocable License Agreement Resolution 2026-028.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, while they're setting up for this presentation, just so you know, you're basically going to have two presentations in one here. You're going to have a presentation from your city attorney talking about the agreement, and then you're going to have a presentation from your chief of police coming back with the information that you all asked for. What would be the plan B, essentially, if we get through the first night of a contract and we have to pull the plug on it because that's one of the terms in the contract? What would the city be prepared to do to make the downtown safe in lieu of having some sort of parking management program? So the chief is also online tonight and via Zoom to present that plan B that we believe would take the place of the parking management program if it had to be stopped after the first night.
This was estimated at 20 minutes. Is that realistic?
I don't know.
How long does the contract part take?
Brian, how long is your presentation?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Or less.
All right, go.
Did you want me to go first, Brian, or do you want to go first?
I think the way we did it previously with you first, and then I'll finish up.
Hoping you can all see this. Good evening, everyone. It is Chief Traer, and thanks for letting me zoom in for this presentation, Mayor Byrne and Council. And thank you to Sergeant Bruno for filling in for me tonight. You're doing a great job. Tonight I'm going to cover quickly the managed parking pilot program option again, and talk to you a little bit about Plan B, if that's not the direction we're going to go. You're going to go as a council. I'll be seeking your direction on the pilot program, and City Attorney Pierrick will talk about the Good Routes contract, where we are with that. A quick recap out of respect for your time. The issues with Car Week were the gridlock, the noise, the parking, spillover, pop-ups that would happen in town, and the concern for public safety for pedestrian and vehicular traffic. So what came to us out of the listening sessions was a managed parking pilot program. where parking would be directed in, and there are some maps coming up that are a little clearer, like a stadium event into town to reduce cruising, improve space turnover, and hopefully have less congestion on the overall downtown paths. It is intended to be a managed parking system that should provide safety and an answer to congestion, and hopefully a way to support downtown businesses better. It's not intended by Good Routes to be a car event or not intended to attract more crowds through additional marketing. The time frame proposed by them was 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. The streets would be closed through traffic until midnight, and it would always allow access for emergency vehicles to go through town. This is, I did 2 maps back to back. One shows you that cars would come in off of 7th Avenue and pop into the streets depending on how Good Routes organizes the parking program. They would enter on 7th and being guided to available parking in designated spaces and be escorted both in and out of their parking spaces as needed by their volunteers, which is supposed to be 40 volunteers, or not volunteers, they're employees. It's supposed to take 1 to 2 minutes for their rolling check-in. They would have clear signage and staff direction and have, again, multiple entry points for traffic coming in. And we put an arrow on Ocean just to give you an idea that all the cars would be funneled out of Ocean to Highway 1 when paid parking was ending for each night. The goal is to create downtown spaces and side streets that should benefit the nighttime cruise that was happening downtown. They would decide whether they do diagonal or parallel parking on Ocean and the side streets. On the side streets, it likely would be parallel parking. And then we would still have access to Larson Field, which I know the city administrator's been working on with the mission, as well as shuttle access, additional shuttle access for the week of Car Week. Good Routes ensured us that they'd be working on ADA compliant parking for people, as well as drop-offs for people who have mobility limitations. There was a concern from the community about food delivery services that would all be accessible to them, as again, emergency access would be, and clear signage, which I'd mentioned before. So for the businesses, the impact is intended for businesses to get more access provided to them. Right now, the cars just drive through town and it's pretty congested, as we've seen. Create more of a walkable environment is their goal, as well as the parking turnover and reducing overall gridlock because there won't be the crews going through downtown area. This is my first time using AI for something like this, so I did it just to see what would happen. I don't think it would look quite as fancy as that, but that's the best I could do with Carmel. The goal is to give you a clue if there was lighting downtown, what that could look similar to downtown. So I can tell you, I recognize there are still going to be thousands of people walking and driving around or through the area. Pedestrian crowds will still be very significant because culturally people come here. The managed parking program combined with Larson Field won't mean that there isn't going to be parking in the neighborhood. In fact, there still might be equal parking in our neighborhoods because people will not all park at Larson Field and take the shuttle. They likely will drive around until they can find a spot in order to walk downtown. But the goal is that there would be reduced noise, which is what the community is asking for, reduce circling cars, that we've had that congestion every year, and it creates more of a controlled environment in the downtown core area. The difference is, if the plan was adopted, that there would be more officers and staff support. There'd obviously be a clear parking option for people coming into town. They could park downtown or they could park for free at Larson Field. And the residential areas would still remain the same as it has been every year, where people could park there. There will be increased enforcement regardless of which way we go tonight on noise and vehicle code violations. We'll have 2 parking compliance officers at least, maybe 3 if we get everything up and running. We will have more speed bumps regardless of whichever way we go tonight. And that if this parking program happened, The lighting is what we've talked about before. I think it's critical for the downtown area just during those 4.5, 5 hours time that people are downtown. And this year I've asked for additional volunteers, and like a group like our CERT team, I think some of them might still be there, has shown up and said that they are willing to help us kind of be ambassadors for Carmel during the Car Week evenings. You know, the goal is to try to change behavior on the cruising loops that we've experienced downtown. We're still going to have fortification set up so we don't have big spinouts like you had years ago from those type of racing groups that went through town that one year. That's the exhibition that we're talking about. The revving and idling and disruptive behavior will be clamped down this year. We have other things that I'll talk about on my Plan B, which kind of fit a little bit into this plan as well. But the standing parking rules will still be enforced up until the daytime events end, and pedestrians will be required by the good routes to remain on the sidewalks. Again, trying to decrease the overall safety concerns for Car Week. That's why we kind of brought up the whole idea and offered it to the community to come up with this. This is the only option that came to us in the amount of time that we had, and provide increased parking for visitors for the downtown area. We'll continue to have, like Brandon said, the option to change or cancel the paid parking program if things aren't running right. I will be out there with our new commander by then. He starts in a couple weeks from yesterday. And then the vehicles can easily be detoured if there becomes a safety issue in Carmel. I have a plan for Car Week, and this is, I guess you'd call it Plan B, but for me it's Plan A right now, which is some of the things I've tweaked. So you know that there has always been a plan in my mind on how we're going to handle the week itself in the evening. First of all, we're going to do a lot of social media now that we have a great following from the community and surrounding community. Just talking about how we're doing the enhanced sound enforcement. We're using the pipe down decibel readers that you've heard, probably if you heard about Seaside doing that, it might have been in the paper. We were part of that whole plan too, and my team is going through training soon. So that will be a tool that we use to go after people who are excessively revving or doing, or even people who are driving erratically. That's the second part, zero tolerance for observed revving, speeding, and reckless driving, which we have more officers this year. Again, we'll have a new commander, we'll have additional officers, we'll have parking enforcement, we'll have 2 people, and then our CERT volunteers will spend some time out there as well. I have been speaking to outside agencies. I definitely have buy-in from some of the agencies that don't have such an impact from Car Week, and they are willing to help us. I'll give you more details as that develops, but I'm at a conference this week with all the chiefs, and we have had some great conversations. So thank you for letting me go to that. I think it's paying off. I will be putting speed humps on San Carlos around 11th. I have to decide where. Those are going to be new. And the speed humps on Ocean and Junipero will continue. But that will be, that's what the community has been asking for. That is something that we're going to try this year. Total of 8 things. I'll buzz through them real quick. Andy is going to stage 2 of his tow trucks for us at Junipero and Ocean during the nighttime drive, whatever ends up happening. That just shows that we're ready for a rapid deployment of tow trucks for enforcement, disabled vehicles or obstructing vehicles, people who are doing stuff illegal. There'll be a route change for sure that I think will enhance pedestrian safety for our downtown area. I've created a quick reaction team, which is a sergeant and 2 officers. They are going to be available to address any congestion that pops up. They'll just jump over there and handle that. And that will help us with the unsafe driving behavior or any enforcement that we need to take that will solve some problems. Number 7, real quick, we have additional officer option, which I talked to you about, the outside agencies. I did get a quote from a local service that hires like off-duty police officers. And just to give you an idea of one quote only for the whole week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday only, it was about $20,000 for, that's the first quote I got, and that those are armed folks who are off duty and working like I call it like a side job in order to provide additional enforcement. That's different than hiring outside agencies where it could be free or a lot cheaper. And then finally, I like data, a lot of us do, and I would love to see if I can figure out a way to get decibel readings hourly, if not automatically. It is not in my wheelhouse, but I am looking into it to see if there's a way just to see how much noise is really generated downtown this year, and let that be our benchmark for next year and the years to come, as well as pedestrian and vehicular numbers, which was kind of mentioned tonight already. So tonight I am looking to you for direction on, I think we all got probably a lot of feedback on the pilot program since I last presented. I definitely got visited by the community and met with a lot of people. And I want you to know that we're ready as a police department to go either way. Like, if you want to go with the pilot program, I will make it happen for you, for us, for the community, the people that visit. But if not, then we have a plan also that I think will be successful. So we have some options tonight. And then if you want to hear from Brian first, the city attorney, about the Good Routes contract, we can do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, would you recommend that we go through a process, typical process, with the actual proposal that you just went through prior to going through the contract?
Do you mean like RFP, like the full process?
Yeah, like get us to a point where we give it a go or no go, and then we'll go through the contract if it's a go?
I think, Chief, what he's asking is you want council's feedback on whether or not they would prefer to just do your plan this year before we go through the contract. I think that would be wise to get that feedback
Yes.
from council.
You agree?
I think so
Disagree?
too.
Okay, all right, because I know how long we could take going through contracts, because we're really good at it. All right, well, let's ask some questions.
I've got a question of the chief.
You can start, yeah.
Chief, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. I had a question just at the end. You mentioned having 3 additional officers that night. I just was wondering if you could clarify, are these retired police officers? Are these more of like a rent-a-cop? Or are these like officers from somewhere else that we're just paying for them? Or if you can just tell us a little bit more about who these officers would be.
Yes, thanks for the question. That would be 3 off-duty officers or retired officers, like reserves. But they are people who have the 832 PC powers of arrest and can carry a gun. That's why the cost is like that $19,000-$20,000. If you go through an entity that has all the insurance and that sort of thing, it does cost quite a bit of money. There is an option for us, though. I can tell you from me meeting with these chiefs here today, I did talk to a few of them. We are in the middle of, I'm using all I can to, all of my friendship tokens to see if I can get some help for Car Week if you elect to go that direction. I will have to pay them back with Carmel dinners usually, but I would be happy to do that.
Thanks, Chief.
Hans? Hans says no. No questions.
I have a question. I see Scott in the audience, Chief. Of all the things that you've listed, of these, 8 things that you've listed, the thing that makes me nervous is the use of volunteers downtown on the weekend. And, it's pretty much of a shit show, certainly on Friday and Saturday nights. And it would make me nervous to have members of Scott's team or the VEPs, no difference really to me, sort of trained but not really trained volunteers, trying to corral those 2,000 or 3,000 people that are downtown. And to me, as I sit here, it's one thing to pay someone to do it, and I'm assuming that Brian has sort of worked out the insurance and all that stuff. But it's another thing to have people that have volunteered to do work for us to do this kind of that real kind of it's really crowd control. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That is not my intention to have them as my CERT team doing crowd control, but they are phenomenal at kind of being the eyes and ears. They wouldn't go up and confront anyone like that, sir. It would be just eyes and ears from a distance. If they're seeing a problem, they know how to communicate on the radio with the police department. And that would be an option for them if they want to participate in that. It wouldn't be a requirement for CERT, but I've gone to CERT and talked to them about it, and they did show interest in being there some of those nights.
Some of them are, I'm looking at Scott when I say this, some of them are eager beavers. And what I'm hearing is that you would kind of ask them to not interact with the crowds downtown. And I'm looking at Scott, wondering if Scott has such excellent control of his CERT team members that he can prohibit them from using their mouths except to talk on the radio.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they are very well trained, but that wouldn't be something where they would just be asked to go out into the crowd. That is something that would involve training on my part, and I think they are just like the VIPs. The VIPs won't be out there at nighttime because they will be usually doing the day events, but at nighttime, CERT would have the option to be distant eyes and ears. And if they see something, they could let us know, and it would help us with our response.
So farther down in your presentation on number 7, you state that the 3 additional officers per day is $6,475. If we were to go with the Good Routes option and that sort of falls apart after one day, at that point, is it still possible to get the 3 additional officers for the second 2 days? Or do we kind of have to make reservations to get the 3 officers for all 3 days? And maybe I'm not reading this right, are you suggesting that we do the $6,475 a day item regardless of whether we do the Good Routes program?
Yeah, I would say, I was asked by the community and others how much it would cost to hire people off duty to come into the city. And I wanted to give you an idea of my first ask of one very reliable security company in town that is not cheap, number one. And as far as if we went with Good Routes and we needed to hire them last minute, if you will, I think it's probably possible, but it would cost more. Like when we do that to a security company, they're going to have to scramble to try and find 2 people, much less 3. And I'm sure they'll charge us more for that extra.
Well, are these items on slide 17 and 18, the current car week plan and current car week plan continued, are those items that we would do in addition to the Good Routes plan? Maybe I'm a little confused. Or are they items that we would do instead of the Good Routes plan? Let's say we decide not to go with Good Routes and just to do with you, and then we would do these items on slide 17 and 18.
I think I'm going to do the items on 17 and 18 regardless, because I think they're solid, they're safety, but with the exception of number 7, which is the additional officer option. I can share that if you want me to, sir, on the screen. But
Well, I've got it in front of me. I don't need it.
Okay.
In front of me, so.
Okay. That one is just to give you an idea if we hired extra officers like that where we pay for them, what it would cost us, and that is not part of the Good Routes plan right now. That is not part of, and I did talk to them about that. That was not part of their original plan. So that would cost the city money if we decided to hire people outside. I do think that we are going to get additional help from other agencies. It might be just 2 people a night, but that is significant in our realm, plus our new officers.
Okay, thank you.
So Chief, seeing
sir.
as you just went through a lengthy presentation on this, I'll ask you the question I asked last time. Are you recommending that we approve this? Is this your number one choice to do the Good Routes plan?
It is not my number one choice. I'm taking what the community said to me, what you as a council has said to me to come with a plan, and that plan is an option, and it's feasible. I think it would work, but I do think our plan, the PD's plan to do better enforcement, increased enforcement with better tools, and those 8 things that I've listed, or 7.5 things, I think that will be effective also. What I do ask is that if the answer is no and we go with the regular PD plan, that we do this a little differently next year. That maybe we have, I don't know if it's RFP or whatever the process is, to go through and really take time to vet this type of project out if we're not going to do it this year. I know we can make it work, Mayor. I just have to, out of respect to you and the community, I wanted to make sure I gave you, I think, 2 feasible options. I'm ready to do the police department one this year.
I guess I should have prefaced that with, I hate to put you on the spot, but I guess I did intend to put you on the spot. All right, so let's open it up for public comment. Anybody want to make a comment?
Good evening again. Speaking on behalf of the CRA Board of Directors, we definitely appreciate the goal and the effort that's gone into crafting this pilot program. However, we do believe that it is too much too soon as a rollout in our community, the fears of it becoming an event and actually compounding the congestion and the movement throughout town or surrounding this even reserved parking area will be worse. So we are in complete support of the Plan B option that Todd and crew have prepared, and we're all in to support that in any way that makes good sense and applies your good knowledge to the right decision for us to move forward. But Plan B is our preference by the CRA board. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else? Scott? Thank you for being here. It's good to see you here.
Oh, sure, thank you. I just want to just respond to Jeff's comment about Carmel CERT and also what Chief Traer came up with. I mean, we put forward a number of 7 to 8 per night. We have 34 volunteers at Carmel, so that's a low number that we feel that would be able to come out and work in these kind of conditions. And that doesn't include, other volunteers that we could bring in from other communities, from Monterey and Pacific Grove. We were out at the PG Good Old Days on just a Sunday night to assist with, they had a really bad problem last year with getting all the vendors out of there, and they called us in, and Wanda and I were over there to assist. We are trained to de-escalate, back away from situations that we're not trained to handle, and we leave that up to PD. We do have excellent communication plans and drills, et cetera, that we do. We get trained by the PD about, kind of stepping back and walking away and turning to PD. So I think in terms of using the CERT volunteers, I think we'd be well equipped to do that. So I just want to let you all know.
I can vouch for that. As a trained CERT person, I have to say that I was always a little bit of a challenge for Wanda, but I enjoyed it immensely. So any other comments? Oh, okay.
Should we go to Zoom?
Go ahead.
Okay. Rob, go ahead.
Good evening again. I hope you can all hear me. This is Rob O'Keefe, the CEO of Sea Monterey. I just wanted to chime in. I really appreciate the chief's report. And I wanted to add that whatever decision the council makes and whatever direction this goes in, we from a communication standpoint are eager to help. Not so long ago, after the last car week, I was voluntold by Supervisor Kate Daniels to do what we can from a communication standpoint to turn the community frown upside down relative to car week. And I think the things that are being talked about here are very important, and I'm very eager to make sure that potential visitors coming into car week understand the changes, the opportunities, and the penalties for misbehavior. So I'm really eager to follow up on this and talk further about how we can help as you make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you here to represent the chamber? Do you want to make a comment? No? Okay. Ashley, do you want to make a comment? Okay. All right, we're going to bring it back for a discussion. You want to start it off?
In the interest of brevity, I was one of 3 that were in favor of the Good Routes plan last time. Having heard the Plan B, I really feel a lot better about going in that direction, meaning it's law enforcement. Our law enforcement officials understand law enforcement. It's just more of it. And as much as I like the idea of, the disruption of the Good Routes plan of let's, try to, what is it, turn lemons into lemonade, there's just a lot of unknowns with it. And I just no longer and also I think we've had 2 months to hear from the community. And this one, I've heard a lot. So I no longer support the Good Routes idea. I would be supportive of Plan B. And if that brings interest of getting out of here, I don't know if that puts us at 3 already.
Ally?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of going with Plan B. I like the additional law enforcement officers, the volunteers, the quick reaction team with the sergeant and the 2 officers, having the tow trucks there. I'm very supportive of having either retired officers or the off-duty police officers to help downtown on the 3 main nights as added security. I have great trust, faith, and confidence in our police chief and all our officers and our citizen volunteers that they can make this happen and we can manage and control what has become an out-of-control situation in the evenings during car week. I have had many people approach me and share their thoughts about the proposed Good Routes plan, and not a single person spoke in favor of it, and all were passionately opposed to it for various numerous reasons. I have 4 pages here in the name of saving time. I'm not even going to go through them and just sum up. My feeling is that the Good Routes plan is wrong for Carmel, the many reasons. But fundamentally, it goes to the heart of who we are as a community, in the words of Ordinance 96, as we just discussed on the previous matter, printed on the walls behind us, which should guide us in our decision-making. We are primarily a residential community with business and commerce secondary. This plan turns Ordinance 96 upside down and places business and commerce first and foremost, and puts the wishes and the interests of the residents who make up this community last. For those reasons and my desire to express the voices of my constituents, I can't support the Good Routes plan, and I favor the Chief's Plan B, which has always been a viable option all along.
Thank you. That was pretty clear. Jeff?
Fine.
You agree with not doing Plan A?
I don't see the point of it's, obviously there are at
Okay.
least 3 votes
okay.
to not do it, and I don't
Hans?
see the point of,
Do you have anything to say?
unless Hans has changed his mind.
No, what she said. No, I mean, look, first of all, Chief, we are incredibly fortunate to have, Chief Traer. We've seen this on the evacuation drill, on this. I mean, whether it's the Good Routes plan, which, even though I don't like it, was innovative, and he's come back with a Plan B that I think is also really well thought out with these decibel readers. That's what people have been craving, right? Like, stop the cars from revving all over town, get some decibel readers, get more police presence, a few more speed bumps. I think this is really more in the spirit of what people want to see. They want to see it calmer. They want their town back. And I did worry that the road we were going down was functionally going to create 3 more nighttime events, and I agree with everything Alissandra said about it. It really, to me, it didn't fit the character of the village, and with Chief Traer's great AI assisted picture, like those floodlights are kind of like the epitome of like, wow, that's really not Carmel-by-the-Sea, and so I'm really pleased that we're going to be going in a different direction.
Mayor, could I interject?
Yes.
Okay. So the agenda item reads a review of the proposed revocable license agreement and consideration of adoption of resolution. So I don't want to predict what the outcome is going to be here, but I think the appropriate action would be to make a motion to not proceed with the agreement with Good Routes for Car Week 2026, so that you formalize taking action on this item. And then in terms of this Plan B, my advice to you would be to have that brought back to you at your meeting in June for whatever approval or further discussion there might need to be on that.
Okay, all right, I had one more question for the chief. Does your plan have enough flexibility to deal with situations like you and I have discussed there at Lincoln and Fourth at that hill?
Yes, yes, it does.
All right, that's good enough. All right, anybody want to make a motion to what he said?
So this would be a motion to just put this resolution on the table?
It would be a motion
decline the
to,
resolution.
a motion for the city not to proceed with the proposed agreement with Good Roots.
Could I ask council, because the city attorney threw this out there, in whoever makes the motion, could you include also whether or not you want us to come back the next, it's up to you. We will come back with more about the plan if you need us to, but we don't need any funding approval or anything to do what the chief has prepared.
I'm at a loss to figure out why we have to bring it back if we say no to Good Roots, like, there's really nothing in.
You don't have to, we will bring it back if you want us to, but I don't see any reason why you would.
So what you're saying is if we make that motion, it puts Plan B into motion?
We will do Plan B, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to make a motion.
I move to not adopt the contract and not move forward with the Good Roots plan, and to not have the staff return with additional information and let them deal with the rest of the preparations for Car Week on a staff level.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'd like to thank Niall, Ashley, and the team from Good Roots for the incredible effort they put into trying to make this happen. And hopefully we'll come back with some good ideas in the future that we can take forward. So thank you, everybody. All right, so we have another future agenda item to see if anybody on the council or in the public would like to discuss a future agenda item, propose one. As always, you're always able to send us emails.
I want to make sure, we're just going to sort of nail this into the ground, into the wall, that we are going to see paid parking in June.
Yes, sir.
At the same meeting that we adopt the budget. But yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
You'll see it in one of the June
Yeah.
meetings, yes. Yeah.
Anybody from the public have one? And remember, you can always send emails to Bob or me, or any council person for that matter, to anything you'd like to see. Don't hesitate to bring something up, because we can discuss it at our meeting on Tuesday.
I'm just going to quickly
Yeah.
reiterate a couple of things that we had said earlier. One was the 8515 policy. Another, I think it would be interesting to have a conversation about a policy on that new ambulance revenue. And
The Section 115
the
trust.
Section 115 trust, thank you. So,
We don't have to do all those at the same meeting, do we?
No.
That'll be up to the mayor and the mayor pro tem,
Yeah.
sir.
We don't have to do all those things at the same meeting.
All right.
Can we let Hans do it, to have the meeting by himself?
All right. All right, city attorney, would you like to walk us into the closed session?
Yes, I'll be glad to. This will be a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The title of the unrepresented employee is the acting city administrator, and you should now ask for whether there's any public comment.
Any public comment on that item? Hearing none, we will now recess into a closed session. And thank you, everybody, for your attendance tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you, Jamie, for a job well done.
Good
Thank you.